oh, maybe it's my wrong credit card. Maybe I hit the wrong button. It wouldn't let me put an ounce of gas into my tank.
Now, I know in the state of New Jersey, you can't pump your own gas.
Which
so
is
if
crazy.
it was a 24-hour gas station, that means that you have to have somebody there.
Okay, that's fine.
Were you in a place where somebody has to pump your gas for you?
No, sir.
So you were going to get out and have to pump your gas.
Did.
You have to pump your gas regardless.
I went to multiple pumps at this gas station thinking, all right, maybe this one's out. Why do gas stations, non-Jersey, non-convenience stores, exist if you're not 24 hours? It's the easiest money to make. You have the extent of paying the rent or whatever it is for the location, but you don't have to pay employees.
With all respect, though, the gas stations still go get their money.
Well, I understand
They still go get their money.
I'll tell you what, as someone who spends a lot of time in New Jersey does two things better than any other state, the gas situation and a deli. The delis in New Jersey are the best in the country. You cannot convince me otherwise.
More than New York?
Because, well, it's a different type of deli. In New Jersey, you're getting a sub sandwich. You're getting like a macaroni salad.
That's the same as New York.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same type of subs.
The bodega and the deli are a little bit different.
Yeah, in New York, you're getting like a chopped cheese. You're getting maybe a bacon, egg, and cheese. You don't necessarily get a sub sandwich.
FX's English teacher.
Every single one of these essays is so bad.
An F? What is this?
With grades like this, I'm gonna have to hit the corner, sir.
From executive producers of What We Do in the Shadows.
Who's running the school? Is it us or is it them?
Them.
Go sit next to Tiffany.
She told me it was offensive to learn Mandarin because you're not Japanese.
FX's English teacher is now streaming on Hulu. All new Mondays on FX.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play. Like North America's #1 home fire safety brand, Kidda. Because on a day full of football sounds you love, like fight songs, roaring crowds, and your favorite commentators.
Like me, Kirk Herbstreit.
The last sound you want to hear is... Defend your game time with Kidda and the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Based on total household installations as of December 2023.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And you want to call in and be a friend of the show like Stephen was twice yesterday, I think, Doug, on the Callion and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt stands by at 314-974-0101. We got an interview I'm really looking forward to, and it's going to be coming your way very quickly here on the program. Kelly Chase.
Oh, super.
7:35 on the dossier, Martin.
Dossier is red hot. It was handed to me by Jax. Doug and I got a dossier, and Jackson said it's a hot one.
Yeah.
We got a hot one. And I think he meant literally. It was off the printer. Pink dossier. Yeah, Chaser.
Pink dossier. Who wants that text inbox name? 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line.
I think Chaser had his original diagnosis, form of cancer, about a year ago, and I remember asking if he wanted to do anything, not being pushy on the TV side, but he's always been good about sharing his story.
Yeah.
And he said at the time, he said, there's no story until I beat this. I said, okay. So then I think in January, February, somewhere in there, we talked to him, and he had gotten the all clear. Then he had that big event in March. He had Garth Brooks, Sean Payton, Gretzky. I mean, it was a monster deal. I think he called Gretzky and said, tell TNT you can't be there. I'm like, only Chaser would tell Gretzky what to do.
And he skated. He skated
Chaser that night, yeah. But I think there's been some form of it coming back. I talked to him yesterday. He goes, I'll be fine, pal. I'll be fine. But that's the Chaser we know and love. And then I felt really bad because at that event, Dave Coulier from Full House.
Yes.
And I said, wow, I can't believe what happened to Coulier. And he goes, what happened? He didn't know that he has some form of cancer, I believe.
Yes.
That was just announced.
He actually just did an interview, I think, yesterday on the Today Show about it.
So it just came out. And I saw it on Fox 2 10 minutes before Chaser called me back. And he said, what? I'm going to call him right now. Then I felt terrible being that Pied Piper of sorts, Doug.
The bearer of bad news is no fun. Well, if anybody could beat it, it's Chase. He's so tough, and he wants it so bad. He's got everybody pulling for him, of course. So I'm sure he'll be fine.
So I'm looking forward to hearing from Kelly Chase. It's always good anyway, but in particular, considering the set of circumstances, it'll be good for the community to hear from Kelly Chase. So he is going to join us coming up here in just a little more than a half hour on 101 ESPN.
He is raising money, too.
Yes.
They're doing a thing where if people bid on, he's got to shave his head as part of his chemo treatment, and he said he decided to turn it into a fundraiser, and he's got some people already throwing money behind it. So if you're a business owner, or you guys, I'm new here, but you have a lot of really wealthy people that listen to this show.
Yeah, this is the Ledoux news of radio.
Or at least they pretend to be wealthy. This is their chance to show off.
Now, if you're going after Mr. Elixir the Warson Woods Wacko, you're going to have to answer for that.
Why? I don't know. I'm new, but I just wanted to let you know you'll have a chance to throw some money around today.
Now, unfortunately, I've just opened up the Air Comfort Service text inbox, and Doug, they are not happy.
Why not?
And we just started the program.
Gosh.
What is it now?
Beer cats. Now, this was sent in caps.
Okay.
And when you see something in caps, do you...
He really means it.
Yeah. What the hell happened at TMA all day this morning?
Oh.
It's from Beer Cats.
Oh, what happened?
Nothing that I know of.
Okay.
There you go. There's your answer.
Beer Cats, tell us what happened.
It played until 6:45 a.m. and then it switched over to 101 ESPN so it can simulcast this program.
Okay.
Just like it has every day since we made the move over here.
Is it possible it hasn't switched today and they got nothing on there?
No, I'm pretty confident that I switched it over.
When you say pretty confident, what percentage? I like percentages. I'm real math guys.
What percentage do you care? That's kind of my read.
What percentage of the show's overall revenue?
To Tim's question, 96% confidence.
Okay.
To Martin's question, 18%.
Whoa.
Oh, gosh.
Well, I mean, I care because it's part of my job. But,
Okay.
There are plenty of ways to hear both this program and TMA all day.
I'm getting the sense that, Doug, you care about 100%.
Oh, I'm all in on this. Yeah. Nothing means more to me than what's on that station.
Beer Cats has more complaints than an actual cat. That's from Doug's prison wallet, who monitors TMA social channels.
Gosh.
That's his official responsibility.
Do all these fellas work? They seem to be very preoccupied with the doings of the show.
The comings and goings and goings and coming.
If you turn on a radio station and there's nothing on there, do you stop what you're doing and fire off an email, or do you just simply move on to another station?
go about your day.
Now, former TMA fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette says, can we ditch the tough guy voice intro? So he's not happy with the voiceover guy.
Oh, no.
And he's the former fan page moderator, so to me, Doug, that is credibility.
How tough is this guy who's the voiceover guy?
Jackson?
I don't know. He does all the voiceover for 101 ESPN.
He felt a little uncomfortable there. Like, I'm not touching this.
I don't even know who he doesn't work here.
Is he a rough customer?
I have never met him.
Rough customer.
Doug Vaughn.
Yeah, he did do the Doug Vaughn.
Tim McKernan.
That was a different guy.
He could be a nasty bit of business.
Usually the voice guys have smoked a lot, and they have that great gravelly voice. And they're usually in a bunker in New Mexico making tons of money just reading sounders. Vaughn with all the hot takes. Dougie V with all the hot takes. You just do rattle off a bunch of them, and then you say, okay, time for lunch.
Look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
A wonderful call right there. Martin, Mr. Licks has responded. That's the thing. You poke the beehive, and now you've got the wealth coming at you.
I want it.
He is ready to deploy capital. He says, why is a CBC grad, lifelong W-2 guy who's never sniffed capital gains tax talking to me about wealth? That's from Mr. Licks.
W-2 guy. What would be the bigger insult? You're a 1099. Remember at the end of every year, Balzer's like, I got all these stacks of papers here. You got lots of 1099s. Hey, Mr. Licks, if you can bring the human capital as well as the real capital, let's do it. Let's bring it for Jesus.
Be rich.
Beer Cats has issued his response. Okay, I'll stand down. I hadn't heard that weird pre-7 a.m. crap before. Holy hell, it was bad. I was ready to come put a finger in Jackie's chest, which isn't where he prefers my finger. That's from Beer Cats.
Oh, no. Where do you want his digits?
Away from me, preferably.
Oh.
I know. Yeah,
well, what's on there before 7?
What's that? We play TMA all day.
I heard you say it was simulcast, which
and then
would
we
be
flip
ESPN.
it over to 101 ESPN. So it flips from TMA all day program. I can't do it at 6:59 when we're about to be on the air in 30 seconds.
Okay.
I got to do it a little bit beforehand.
I thought he was saying he didn't like what was on before 7.
Well, I give a rat's ass.
Heel turn!
Are we doing this program for one Beer Cats?
Well, I guess we should focus. Focus.
He didn't like the CC's takes? Is that what happened?
I don't care. Then, this show starts at 7 a.m. on the dot.
That's all you care about.
Nobody's
That's what
happy.
happens.
Beer Cats is like a nagging wife. All he does is complain. That's from Peg, and her last name is Diaz.
Well, he had a nice little run with the hot wife down there in Crystal City.
Yeah, Hot Wife Autumn. Mm-hmm. I wonder if she will join us on the program today.
She may.
Anybody is welcome to join the program. You can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Email in the Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com and compete against the greats for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And then throughout the course of the program, I see Doug's Chocolate Starfish is in there talking right now. In the YouTube chats. Chairman Kurt, do you still feel like the TMA YouTube chat is Webster Groves and the 101 ESPN YouTube chat is Cottleville, or have you adjusted your municipalities?
No, I haven't seen any behavior that would have me change anything just yet.
So youtube.com/TMASTL, Webster Groves, 101 ESPN YouTube channel, Cottleville. You pick where you would like to live, and then you interact throughout the program.
But Stephen was from Festus and appeared to be a loyal 101 kind of guy with some hardcore sports takes.
But he did the Robin Williams Good Morning Vietnam with Good Morning TMA.
Yeah. Seemed to be willing to play ball with the gang, even though he may have been a traditional 101 listener.
Now, Festus is what, 35, 40 miles away from here?
Jackson goes down there and he ball strikes quite often.
Maybe 50.
South, right?
Yeah,
so when you go
55.
down there, you don't know which direction you're going.
No,
55.
I don't know where you go south to get to Festus. From here, right?
You always make fun of people who have to use 55. Why?
Sometimes there's a lot of construction. Last summer, there was a lot of construction. But I've driven down there. Once you get past the Arnold Water Tower, it's like, let's just, when we want to get nuts, let's get nuts.
Oh, my word.
Want to get nuts.
TMA.
Going
7 a.m. to 11 a.m. 101 ESPN.
So the cutoff there is the Arnold Water. And once you get past there, all bets are off.
Yeah, free for all.
Yeah, I'm out of town.
I've always thought the southern part of the United States begins when you cross into Arnold.
Yeah,
That's where it starts.
Is that right? Like that's the SEC?
You cross the Merrimack River right there at Arnold. Now you're in the South. That's just kind of how it feels to me.
Yeah.
As someone that grew up just south of that border, You're spot on.
Is that right? Wow. That's where the Southeastern Conference begins.
Absolutely. It just means more down there.
Martin, you wanted to hear from TMA Walrus #1 on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You got it, brother. He is on right now. Good morning, TMA Walrus #1.
Morning, boys. How's everybody doing?
Oh, we're fine.
Yeah, Doug and I are really doing well. Martin's in a war now with Mr. Licks.
I'm going to stay out of that one because I like both of them.
All right.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
You know, I'm Switzerland over here.
Well, I don't think I'm at a war with Mr. Licks. If he's got the quiche, this is a great opportunity to throw it around for Chaser.
That's right.
Yeah.
Good point.
Speaking of Chaser, I got a quick little story about him, but real quick on the HD2 radio aspect, the TMA all day. I've had it preset on my car ever since you guys switched over, but I haven't been able to get it lately. In fact, whenever I press it, you know, on the preset, it's either 101 or the Riz Show. So I'm not really sure if I'm doing something wrong. I checked to make sure it's on HD. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I didn't know if anybody else was having a problem with
Martin,
that.
I know you love to listen to the show on HD2.
Yeah.
Has it been affecting you?
I just grab my phone in the morning. Play Timmy. Please. What is it, Alexa? Just find Timmy some way. I need to hear Timmy. You just say that into your phone, and then it comes up.
That's how it works.
Well, when I play it on the app, it's no problem. Or when I do it online, it's no problem. It's just probably me and being dumb on the car. I don't know.
But
I was just curious if anyone was having trouble.
You're hearing the Riz Show on HD2, the station where we used to be?
Yeah, that or 101. Yeah, when it's on 107 or 105.7.2.
You'd get 101 from 7 to 11 because we're simulcasting.
Right, but no, this is even like in the afternoon on my way home from work.
Oh.
Sometimes 101 will bleed through. I don't know.
Okay.
It's probably just my weird car. I have no idea. I was just curious. Didn't know if that was an issue anyone else had. That's all. No
Jackson, are you aware of any of these? This is the first time hearing of this. Have you heard of any of this?
I have not. All I can control is what we broadcast out from 105.7 HD2, and that is TMA all day.
Martin is so pleased with this alliance.
All I can control
Pointing
is that.
fingers. Could it be the dust on Jackson's keyboard is knocking us off there? Doug did some pre-show dusting.
I tried to.
Yeah, you dressed up in a little maid outfit.
I did, the French maid. You asked me to.
Yeah, nice stockings.
Yeah, I had it on last night, so I thought I might as well do some cleaning this morning.
It was an abundance of dust. And it's still rather dusty over there.
Yeah, I didn't get all of it.
Jackson's dusty board needs some attention.
Good text name.
What kind of car do you have? Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, no.
It's a 2024 Tiguan Volkswagen, so it's a brand new car.
Okay.
So I had no problems before, but I'm sure it's just me. I'm sure. I mean, I know Jackson does everything right, and he's good at what he does. So I'm sure it's just me.
Did he mean it?
No, of course I mean that.
Okay.
Absolutely, I mean that.
TMA Walrus #1, unfortunately, Martin, got the name. What's the nickname some have assigned you, TMA Walrus #1?
I'd rather not repeat it.
Okay, it's TMA Kiss Ass #1.
Oh.
And so whereas most of the feedback this show has gotten for decades is negative, TMA Walrus #1 is a bright, shining light of positivity.
Oh, good.
Well, I like that.
Yeah, he is.
Well, I love the show. I don't know why should I hate on the show that I love listening to. I don't get it.
Doug, how about that positivity?
Thank you, Walrus.
Yeah, thank you.
So real quick about the Kelly Chase story. So a couple years ago when I was working at the Ritz, I was in like security. And so Patty Maroon came, I think it was after he won the cup with the Lightning. And so he came into the Ritz, the restaurant, and he went into the lobby, and I was just kind of standing around making sure there was no problems. And, of course, the chaser was with him, and everyone who came up, you know, they were all super nice. So I went up to him and said, hey, you guys doing okay? And Patty Maroon looked at me and said, hey, you want a picture with the Cub? And he just stands up. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, hey, Chaser, take the picture. I was like, no, Chaser, you got to come in this picture. So I got a picture with the Cub, Patty Maroon, and Chaser, and that was one of the greatest things in my life. That was awesome because he was super cool, super nice. Both of them were awesome, and just getting to hold the cup with those two guys that meant a lot to me.
Did somebody call security because he's from Oakville? Is that what happened at the Ritz?
Martin, you're better than that.
Well, no, I'm just wondering.
Awfully far south.
I got to tell you that I saw a lot of celebrities coming in and out of the Ritz, but the cup, that's the best.
Who are some of the celebrities you saw?
Yeah, what's the A-list of A-list, TMA Walrus #1?
Well, we spent a week and a half with the Rolling Stones, so I saw Mick Jagger and Keith Richards everywhere. Super nice people, super good guys, really friendly, funny. I had a great time with them. That's where the baseball players would sit. If you remember a couple years ago, it was Tatis Jr. and who was that? They got into the big altercation at Cardinal Stadium. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I shared the elevator with Tatis that night going up to his room. Saw Albert and Clayton Kershaw and all those guys when the Dodgers stayed in town. Harry Styles, Bill Burr, John Hamm's there all the time. Chris Berman's there all the time. Joe West, the umpire, he's there all the time. You just never know who you're going to see just walking through the hallways.
How'd you end up with the Stones for a week? Were they in St. Louis that long, or did you travel?
No, they were here a couple years ago for the world tour, and it was their first stop was St. Louis, and so I guess they just stayed for like a week and a half just to get everything. And they offered all of us to go, for free to the concert and get to ride with them and everything, but I couldn't do it that day. I kind of wish I had, because I think that would have been a lot of fun. But you just never know who you're going to run into.
Do the Stones still have a lot of groupies, a lot of women that follow them around?
It was mostly like 65-year-old couples.
That counts.
But they were all cool. There was no problem. And it was whenever we was wearing masks at the time still because of COVID. And I remember Mick and his wife went through the front door, and then we had to escort them out the elevator, and no one knew it was them because of the mask. And there was tons of Stones fans there in the lobby, and if they had just looked and noticed, they would have sawn him. But because of the mask, no one recognized him.
I bet Keith Richards didn't need a mask. He's like, nothing's killed me yet. This COVID has got no chance.
You know what, Doug? I forgot Nancy Pelosi. I got to hang out with her.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
she's staying at the Ritz, is she?
Yeah. I mean, come on. They got tons of money. But what was great about it is because they had Secret Service with her, so I didn't really have anything to do. They did everything.
Did you have to get into any fights protecting people?
No, just kick drunk people out of the cigar bar, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, that cigar bar can be a scene, can it, TMA Walrus?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, yeah. It's a place to be, let me tell you.
Doug, why don't we go to that cigar bar tomorrow night and see what the word is?
What happens there?
Oh, it's just a party. It's just kind of everything goes.
My word.
A little vague.
Everything goes.
My hole.
Oh.
It's Brian Hoffman. You remember him.
Yeah, he's there all the time.
Brian Hoffman's at the
for 5 years.
Man, that'd be so cool. I'd love to see Brian Hoffman get to meet him.
Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, and Brian Hoffman. TMA Walrus, number one, it's always wonderful to hear from you. Thank you so much for the call.
Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work.
God bless. There he is. That's TMA Walrus, number one, with scenes from the Ritz-Carlton.
Mm-hmm.
Mick Jagger was tweeting out pictures under the arch. It said he went to Crown Candy and Ted Drew's when he got up on the stage. He did a whole riff on all of his St. Louis spots.
Really?
And I thought maybe he was pandering, but now that I've found out they were here for a week, it might have been the real deal.
Martin, just ignore that idiot Mr. Licks who used whiteout to erase his father-in-law's name and inserted his name on the broker statement. Mr. Licks collects a 1099-G for unemployment. Vladdy Burkett saw your itinerary to visit Ho Chi Minh, lying in permanent state. Typical, what's next, a visit to Joseph Stalin's resting place. That's from the Warsamon's Wacko.
Doug, what do you think about Nancy Pelosi standing at the Ritz? Shouldn't she be with the common man, maybe over at the Drury or something?
No,
What's she doing at the Ritz?
That's not her.
Time to take a break.
All the millions. No, that's not her.
Mungan asked is probably where I would imagine TMA Walrus number one goes shopping for his 2024 whip. That's Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA, and they specialize in accessibility to this audience. So much so that they have set up a phone number for you to call or text that is specific for TMA listeners. That number is 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. You're going to be connected immediately with the people in charge, and those people include Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast. Their names are on the dealership. And then in the service department, Ryan Seiberg does a wonderful job as well. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganast St. Louis Acura or Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota, you can get it serviced there, and you're going to get the best service you're going to find in the area. Longtime sponsor at TMA. Our longtime listeners love working with them. You'll love working with them. It's Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. You're not going to find anybody more accessible than the good people at Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota and Munganast St. Louis Acura. Sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour. Really looking forward to talking it over with Kelly Chase. That's coming up at 7:35, and you are welcome to express your well wishes to Chaser via 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line, or call in to our Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0029. 888-201-0101. Watch the show, participate in the chat on either YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL, or the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program's name is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you have to love this.
I love this, yeah.
Martin, you ever hear of this jam?
I have not. '40s, maybe?
Sounds like it, yeah.
You think this is 40s?
Well, no, I'm sure
go
it's later.
60s.
It was probably made in the 60s, but it sounds like what you would have heard in the 40s, too. Oh, listen to that jazz flute.
Ron Burgundy.
This is before everybody tried to get cute and rhyme everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we got all the big hits. We got Enos Slaughter. Come on to the game. Bring your son. Bring your daughter. Like, they have to rhyme everything now.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That was a riff. But every song that's cool and catchy, that's why they changed Braden Shen's name to Sheen, so it rhymed with team.
That's correct. Kelly Chase going to join us here in about 10, 12 minutes. He's standing by? Is that right?
I like to warn these fellas, because sometimes at 3 in the afternoon when they agree to it, the next morning I'm like, don't forget you're on the show today. So he's raring to go.
Looking forward to talking it over with the great Kelly Chase coming up here in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and 2 different YouTube channels for you to participate. And Chris Mitchell says, good to see Marty back in the saddle. I assume that's the TMA chat, Jackson?
Yes.
Former SID at WashU.
He's not there anymore?
Yeah, I believe works for Granite City now.
Oh, does he really?
That's his hometown. Chris Mitchell, one of the greats in the COSIDA world, like Dougie Macalaga.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You see him anymore, Doug Macalaga?
No, he'll tweet and text about the Buffalo Bills. He's retired. Doug Mack from SLU to SIUE. Yeah, Chris Mitchell, one of the greats.
Mm-hmm. Stop talking to your overweight listeners and say something about the Blues. Oh. Someone better be at the Mills today to hold Bannister and Army accountable. Oh. That's from Connie Lassiter and Greg Bickle, one of those joint accounts. Well, Doug, as you know, the team will be in Buffalo today, but I guess Drew Bannister and Doug Armstrong are going to be here and field questions and takes from local media and fans, and they will be at the Mills doing so, and then they'll take a chartered flight to Buffalo in time for puck drop. Blues at Sabres tonight, pregame right here on 101 ESPN, 5:30 p.m.
Yeah, we probably don't talk enough Blues on this station, so that's a good point.
And we got to hustle out to the mills for the snoozer.
Yeah,
correct. Maybe in this town soft.
We got Robert Thomas at 8 o'clock. He was on the ice yesterday.
Yeah, that was a development.
That was. JR was sitting here looking for an angle.
And he got it.
There it is.
Walked right into it.
And he got it.
But he's not going to play tonight.
No, I don't think that's expected.
Because he's joining us.
Right. He would rather do this than play.
Sharon in Clayton says most visiting teams, baseball and hockey, stay at the Ritz. Their buses pull up right on the side of the hotel. I see them all the time while walking my dogs. That's Sharon in Clayton. And Doug, that's your friend at the Blues games.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't you think that the baseball teams would stay at the Westin right across the street? They used to.
Some do. I think the players like being in Clayton.
Probably. A little more nightlife.
And why do you think that is, Martin?
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
That's why they don't need anything else.
Mm-hmm. I think they can walk to restaurants there. They're just sort of not a shot at the wheelhouse at all. But
why do you look at me?
Jackson gets bottle service at Wheelhouse, and then he dances by himself at Tin Roof.
Alone he dances.
I do think some teams have stayed at Live at Lowe's, the new hotel, because it's right across the street. You got a lot of guys that are younger. It's just easier for them to walk back and forth to the old ball yard. You don't get the Four Seasons downtown, but it's maybe not as convenient.
What are they going to do there? Where are they going to walk from the Four Seasons?
Well, you got Sundeckers, Harpo's.
Martin, you have Wisconsin background. Did you ever stay at the Pfister Hotel, the one with the haunted Milwaukee one?
Considered to be haunted? Oh, yeah.
You have stayed there?
Yeah.
Were you haunted, bro?
Blackout haunted? Is that a thing? No, I think it must be because players are still freaked out. I can't
Yadier Molina would not stay there.
I can't believe after all these years there isn't a fancier Milwaukee hotel because the downtown actually is pretty nice. They've done a ton of development. There's a lot of cool areas, but that is like the hotel, the only one that teams stay at. I guess it's big enough to house everybody, but I think it's a thing.
If it's so haunted, can't anybody get video of it? Everything's on video these days, right? There's videos in the hallways and the lobbies but nobody ever sees any real evidence of the haunting?
I recall Chris Carpenter's dear friend Brendan Ryan really was freaked out by one of his evenings at the Pfister Hotel.
Did it lose credibility when Brendan Ryan was the source?
Mookie Betts won't stay there either.
Oh, is that right?
Wouldn't you love to see something like that? I think it'd be great.
I don't know. I think you say that, and then once like your door opens without anyone touching it, then you start to be like, I wish I was somewhere else.
That'd be awesome.
And then you had the Angels' Luis Polonia got nicked for, I believe, a sexual assault or an underage girl. So that's another.
He got nicked.
Another Tales from the Pfister.
Tales from the Pfister.
PFISTER. Kim and I stayed there, went to a Tom Petty outdoor concert at Summerfest. It's great. It's right by the lake. Beautiful in the summer. Probably a foot of snow right now.
Yeah. Chairman Kurt, you just took a call, Callier and Thompson phone lines. I don't see the name of the caller, and then you leaned back in your chair, kind of like a CEO who just saw a bad quarterly report. That's the read I got, Doug. Let's see what Chairman Kurt says about it.
I didn't catch the gentleman's name, and he elected not to go on air, but he asked me if there was any chance since Army's heading up to Buffalo, if he could just take Mazalak up there and leave him there.
Oh.
And he dropped that little nugget with you.
Yeah, he said,
push him off Niagara Falls.
That's all I got. Have a good day.
Did he ask you to pass it along?
I said I would. I just got out in front of him and said I'd let him know.
Or maybe Kurt's just fielding calls. And then they say, just for your knowledge, Kurt, I have a take. But if you don't share it with the group, it doesn't really go anywhere.
It's like a therapy line where people can just air their grievances and knock
Chairman
on air.
Kurt will workshop things with you in the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
I hear you.
Kelly Chase going to join us, talking it over about his second bout with leukemia. That is going to come your way here at 7:35 on TMA. You can never go wrong with talking it over with the great Kelly Chase, and we are looking forward to doing so coming up here in about 6 minutes. This program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Andy Crouppen in studio on Tuesday, Ed Herman in studio last week. Terry Crouppen comes in as well. They are longtime sponsors now of TMA for more than a year, and they are signed up for another year of radio magic here on the Morning After. They are local, founded in 1979, and if you are in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment. On top of that, you're going to get great service and great results. They're right here. You're going to be able to get to know them, and they are the winningest and they are the kindest. A strong voice and an advocate for their clients. Plus, they're part of the St. Louis community. They value it. They are in the city with brand new offices on the Hill. Really impressive offices. I was there a couple weeks ago and got a chance to see it. They are committed to the region. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let people know that you heard about it on TMA. It's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of The Morning After. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. 7:30 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Kelly Chase with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines in a matter of moments. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking for a way to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. Thursday night tonight, Washington and Philadelphia. Sometimes these Thursday night games can be real high scoring. We saw an example of that last week with Baltimore and Cincinnati. I'm hearing from my sources on the street, they're thinking this one's going to be a low scoring affair. I'm just telling you what my sources on the street are telling me.
You got it over under?
48.5. So I'm just letting you know. But hey, so then if you're thinking of going on to Underdog, you're sitting there going, okay, well, here's what I got. I'm going to go lower on some of the players that would get me in the right frame of mind for my plays. Take your pick of whoever you want to go with. Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. They've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stats to choose from. If you think that somebody's going to have a big night, you can go higher than the stat that is set up for them. And you can create entries or mix and match across other favorite sports with like the Buffalo and St. Louis game this evening. Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button to cash out whenever you want. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Buffalo Sabres. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the ones and twos. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the great Kelly Chase. Morning, Chaser.
Hey, when did I earn that title?
Well, you texted me and said, introduce me as the great Kelly Chase.
Jackson,
starting to listen, Marty. Finally starting to listen.
Finally.
Jackson told me that you were going to get on the bike and get the wheels going while you were talking it over with us. I like that.
Yeah, so if you guys hear a thump, just call over to Siteman's. I'm on the 8th floor and just have them paddle me.
Doug, we've been given our medical protocol for the conversation.
Have you goons here ever had a caller say, be ready with the paddles before? Has that happened?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No. To shock the heart back into rhythm? Is that what we're doing?
You've heard that before. That's just not the paddle they were talking about.
For heaven's sake.
Doug, is he going to go into the log?
He's just implying that you like to be spanked, and we don't kink shame. So
that was going to be our little secret.
That's out of the bag.
I think he was thinking of Savard. He got mixed up.
That's
it's okay.
Right. I know it was one of us. It was one of the two of us.
Yeah. So what is the update, Chaser? Folks who were following your story last year, and then I think just in the past week got news that what is the latest?
Well, leukemia is back. So I actually had my last checkup on the 7th of September and wasn't supposed to get one until December. Was down in Arizona to watch my boys play hockey, and they're going to school down there, and had some problem with a wisdom tooth. And I don't know if you remember, but the last time it was an implant that had bothered me. So, and I had these infections, and they were telling me I had gout and whatever. And so without the infections, I just said, I'm going to come back to get this wisdom tooth looked at. Can I get some blood work? And the doc said, you don't need it. It's just your body, reacting to building antidotes and antibodies again. And you're going to be fine. And so I came back anyway, did blood work, chest x-ray, and then they said, the doc wants to see you. I said, no, he's doing his rounds. They said, no, he wants to see you. And I was like, oh, shit, this isn't going to work. And, of course, I went up there and just looked, and he's like, I'm sorry, it was back. So it was end of October. And so we start again, and this time I'll have a bone marrow transplant. So my brother's a 100% match. So I'll go through the process again. I mean, they felt like it was 99.9% gone last time, and I didn't get the bone marrow transplant. So I feel pretty good about it this time.
What all is entailed with a bone marrow transplant? What do you have to do for that?
Well, I'm doing chemo right now. And then they'll take my count down to where they're kind of, killing off my cells. They want to kill everything, the cancer and everything in you. Get a bone biopsy. They'll check and find out how well they've done with killing off the cancer. They'll take me in for second round. I'll be another 30 days here, probably into December. And then once that's done, my count starts to come back. They'll do a quick round of it again, and then quarantine me with my brother coming into town, who's a 100% match. And then they take his bone marrow, put it into mine, and get it to grow in my body. And I told him, I said, I'm going to be a little dumber when it's over, but at least I'll be healthy.
Gosh, very grateful.
My understanding, Chaser, is relatively speaking, this was spotted earlier and or the numbers are better or less dangerous relative to where they were when they discovered it the first time around. Is that correct, or am I misstating the situation?
No, this is way better. Like I feel healthy right now. Look, I'm trying to walk about 15 miles a day in here and ride the bike and last time I couldn't stand up, I was sick. And so I went through 8 days of probably just trying to get rid of infections in my body before we could even start chemo, which is why my length of stay the first time last year was so bad and so long. And, of course, then my heart had stopped through one of the operations. And so there was complications, whereas this time, aside from being, the older, not quite as strong, I don't think I've been in better shape in my life. So I feel good about that part of it. It's just, and plus I know what I'm getting into this time, Like last time I was so sick I didn't know what I had. I felt like I was going to die. And this time, but it's also a mindset. It's like when you played, like they tell you, you get hit, you're in Chicago, you're not going to be able to play the next game 4 weeks from now and get the guy that hit you. And you're like, well, watch me. And you're trying to play within, 2 weeks because you want to be back in the lineup. And I think that mentality has helped a little bit. And also just such a great staff here. Like the people are just, we're very lucky to have this place in St. Louis, honestly. The direction they give you, the insight they give you, the knowledge that they have, the fact that they do such great research, and I said this to you guys before, like as athletes, you get a mile wide and an inch deep. You want to go help everybody. March of Dimes, Wish Foundation, Kids with Cancer, you name it, there's somebody asking, and you feel obligated to help, and you should, because you got a platform. You played, been in the NHL for 35 years. So in this case, I think I found a thing, like, it's sort of like, I don't want to say a calling, but for whatever reason, it's made me focus a little bit more on the importance of it and how it affects so many more people, the cancer does. And then the research these guys do, if you can help plug a hole for a new trial drug, maybe $200,000 to close a $10 million gap, and you find a cure for something, that's a big deal. So, I just feel lucky that I'm here, I guess.
Well, let's talk about the fundraising aspect. You decided you got to shave your head, which you went through a year ago, and you put it online, and people have responded. What do they need to know, the well-heeled listeners of this show?
Well, I would go to any of the platforms the alumni have, Blues alumni have. It'll tell you directly how to make a donation, and your name will go in the hat. And I was just sitting there thinking, I got to do this anyway. I wonder if anybody would be interested. And then some guys that I knew from back in Canada that I played against, so probably thought I was an ass when I was playing, but he sent out a note saying, I got $5,000 for it. I want to put my name in a couple of times. And then people were very generous. So we're just going to throw everyone's name in a hat and come and shave the head and send them to a game, alumni box, and sign a jersey or two and make some money for Sightman's. I mean, look, I'm lucky enough to have the platform, so helping people should be easy. It should just be, and of course, we did it. I did it just on my own, just throw it out there to see if anybody would say anything. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, people are biting on this. I better get so then I had to call the Blues and the alumni and the hospital and say, hey, I might have been a little premature with this, but here's what we're going to do. So hopefully we make some money. We'll do a match program on it. And if we make, I'd love to make $7,500 and match it. If I make $75,000 and match it, that's what we'll do.
Chasin' Pucks is Kelly Chase's Twitter handle, formerly known as X, Tim. Or no, the other way, formerly known as Twitter. You also have the Blues alumni who were tweeting out about it yesterday. So folks listening, you can find it and make a donation and get in the hopper there. Chance to shave Chaser's head. How about that, Doug? A big tough guy like Chaser, and you just go in there with the old clippers and take over.
Be fun to do for a great cause, too. Kelly, how long do you think you're going to have to be in the hospital?
This trip, I guess they're telling me 30 days, and then I'll come out for probably, I want to be at the cancer game. I think it's the 12th. So if I went in on the 13th back in, that would be a good date. But I got asked to do something really special in the new year. Obviously the Hawks Blues rivalry at Wrigley Field, Winter Classic. And Pat Foley's going to do the game for the national broadcast. We're at the NHL Network. And he could pick a color guy, and he phoned and asked if I would, before I knew I was sick, if I would do the game with him, which I thought was, you know, I mean, he could ask any of the guys that were broadcasters in Chicago or anybody that, you know, he had known over the years in hockey, and he was great about it. He said, listen, you know, I know you've never won a fight when I broadcast. Like, I could knock somebody out, and he would say, oh, yeah, Peluso slipped, you know, and he started laughing about it. He goes, but I'd love to do a game with you. And I was so honored, you know. He's a Hall of Fame broadcaster. 3 Stanley Cups, All-Star games, all of the special things that he's done, Winter Classics. And to ask me, I thought was a real tribute, especially that I'm not in the booth anymore. So for him to do that was really nice. So the goal is we have a huge event with an alumni association, the House of Blues in Chicago on the 30th of December. And then the game's the 31st. So I'd like to be well enough before my bone marrow transplant to be able to do that game. It would be an honor, especially the rivalry that we have with the Hawks and the disdain we have for their city. And yet you have so many friends that are there that are, you know, your friends now that, like, who knew I'd be exchanging charity events with Chris Chelios, right? Like, Stu Grimson. I get up one morning here, I'm in the hospital. I fought him 11 times. I get up in the hospital. I look to my left. He's sitting by my bed. I'm like, oh, my God. I said, Jesus, I must be sick if you're here. He looked at me, and I said, well, you're 0-11. You might as well get it over with. This is your best chance.
Oh, gosh.
And he started laughing, and he said, Chase, I'm going to kiss you on the lips right now, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he was right, because I was so weak and feeble. And the funny thing about it is, in all of the time that I was in the hospital here, he probably gave me the best advice, because I didn't know what the hell was wrong, and I was kind of getting anxiety about being in here, and I wanted to get out. And of course, you know the whole Twister story getting me out. And he just said, dude, you got to take care of you for a change, like, just relax. But I felt like, you know, you're around the city so much, people have a perception of you, you know, being a tough guy and being, I think, honest or whatever, integrity, and you don't want to let them down. And I could tell when I went to the first game, which I really didn't want to go to, but Caruso and Gretzky talked me into going just before Christmas. And I could tell people were scared. And I said that to my wife and Twister when we were walking. I said, people are, you know, I feel bad. People are scared. She goes, they're not scared of you. And I said, they're scared. And she goes, Kelly, they're not scared of you. I said, Raylan, they're scared for me. They're not scared of me. But I could tell people were aghast the way I looked, you know. And I had to assure people, whether it was at the elevator, they'd start crying, or the security, or parking my car. Hey, listen, I'm going to be all right. Relax. And I believe that now, but I also put those pressures on myself. And Grimson kind of gave me some advice and said, you know, if you walked out of the hospital today and there was a guy sitting on the curb and he asked you for $1 and you didn't have it, what would you say? I said, I'd just tell him I don't have $1 to give today. He goes, well, try that. When people call you for something, it's okay to say I don't have anything to give today. You got to get yourself better. And at that point, I you know, if I was tired, I'd say, man, I'm just really tired of people coming in, or else come on in. And that's how it evolved into the game. I could sit and think about it, digest, let's do this excitement hockey game. Let's make it different, make it cool. And so now they came to me the other day and they're like, well, since you're the Make-A-Wish kid again, can we do this game again? So we'll probably end up doing another game like we did at Centene and try and, you know, help out the hospital.
Chaser, you mentioned you know what to expect because you've been through this before. Do the people at Siteman know to have, you know, guards standing by the next time Twist shows up to pull another Shawshank Redemption and bust you out of there?
Well, it's funny because now, you know, the doc talked about it yesterday. He said, you know, basically I would come in, there'd be 5 to 10 people in his room all the time. It was aggravating my oldest son, who was just turned into a man over the whole situation, like literally took charge, okay? And he was saying, so he sent out an email apparently to the alumni and said, listen, if you want to see my dad, you call me. You don't just show up. So everybody but Timmy Peel followed the rule. and of course, he's not even an alumni. No, he is an alumni, but he's not a good play. But you got to love him. He was always concerned about me coming in and like driving my kid crazy. Because, Rob Ramage would comply by the rules. John Wensick would. All the older guys would. Not Timmy. He just roll in. So Will told the doc, like, you have to stop this. You can't. He goes, listen, trust me. So he came in one day, and Will walked in, and there was about 8 or 9 guys there. And the doctor walked in, and Will, I could tell he was pissed. And he put his bag down, and the doctor walked in. He goes, hey, guys, can I get you guys to leave for a second? We have to have a conversation with the doctor. He's so respectful of everybody, shaking hands with everybody. Yeah, we got to go. We got to get out of here. Anyway, he turns to the doctor, and he said, listen to me. This has got to stop, or I'm going to get a police officer to come to the door because this guy will be cooking for them tomorrow. He goes, I can tell you right now, he's not going to tell them they can't come. And, at that point, they didn't really know, how the infections weren't going away, and I was getting these surgeries. And so it was funny because he said yesterday, look, I was the new guy on the block. I don't know how to come into a room where all these athletes or ex-athletes are standing there and take charge of the room. I'm kind of like trying to suggest it, but I don't know. And he said, by the end of it, we figured each other out. And I told a lot of the people here, he wants to ride his Peloton, leave him alone. If he wants to do push-ups, leave him alone. Just leave him alone because they don't think like we think. And it was like I hear that after the fact, but the whole time I'm thinking, I got to be a huge pain to everybody right now because I'm probably not the norm of, there's a lot of, everybody has to take care of themselves to get better in their own way. And if that means laying in bed, sitting in a chair, walking, whatever. My therapy was just moving just for the sense of having goals. I was trying to do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups a day, trying to walk, 10 miles, ride the bike for at least 30 minutes. I was trying to do that every day, and I did it the first 28 days in a row. Well, this time I got in, I'm like, hell, I can do that. I think I did 280 push-ups yesterday, 180 sit-ups, walked 17 miles, rode the bike for 52 minutes. So you asked me, how is it this time compared to last time? Well, last time I was sick, and I was getting through it, and this time I feel strong. And I know the chemo's starting to set in because I'm getting weaker, but, I'll probably lose my hair by next week. And then, it knocks the hell out of you. But I have an expectation of myself, and also I know what these people can do here for you if you just go through the process.
Chaser, I got an idea. I'm kind of an idea guy. So all these people that want to come visit you, you hang a sign over the door and you say, we need these visits to be sort of like the Blues in the playoffs. We need a quick exit, okay?
Oh, gosh.
Is that too soon?
Wow.
It's just
really?
Wow.
That's how you think, eh?
Well, no, I wanted to toughen you up. That's all.
You just poked the bear, brother.
No. Now, next time I see him, he's going to punch me.
Yeah. Gosh. Pull your sweater up over your head.
This afternoon.
I'll see. Now he's gearing up. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Chaser, God bless you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I really appreciate it. And again, I said this before. Like, I didn't really want to. Like, how do you avoid not telling people? I did it once with the colon thing, and it kind of blew up because Gretz had announced it. And he meant for their social media staff to do it in November, and they did it in July. And I never told Mr. Stillman or the Blues or my family, for that matter. So it caught everyone off guard. And then this last time, I was so weak when I found out. I told Caruso, like, if we're going to do something and we have to say something, let's do it while I can talk. Because I watched that interview that I did with the Blues about, I was so weak that I looked awful and I looked like I was dead. So I just said, listen, man, if we're going to do something where we can help people, let's just do it now before I hit that point, because I will. And I said, but at least now I know what to expect. But I'm in a position where I'm in a great spot with great people, and I got a chance to help some people again. So maybe that's the calling. I don't know, but I appreciate you guys having me on.
Absolutely. We always love having you on. One of our sponsors, the Illinois Recovery Center, has just texted me to say they're going to donate $1,000 and nominate Carrie and Kurt Grimmer's sons' names to the hat for the haircut. Nice. Carrie Grimmer won our J. Randolph Jr. Good Guy Award last year at the TMA Year-End Awards. She passed away this year at a young age from cancer, and her sons are big hockey fans. They play up in Wisconsin. And then he's also offering his wife's services donations to Chaser
That's
down
a
at the
separate auction. That is a separate
I just have to read the text. He's making it $1,000 donation. So Chaser, what a wonderful sentiment from the Illinois Recovery Center.
Boy, took a turn.
It took a turn, and it looks like Chase is getting another number.
There it is. See, Doug? That's the way it works. Chaser, we always love hearing from you. And, you know, everybody in St. Louis is pulling for you and supporting and really inspired by your attitude. That's the thing that we keep getting all these texts about, man. You're a legend, and everybody's pulling for you, brother.
I know that. I feel fortunate. And, again, like I said, you don't realize until you wake up in the morning, you have all these text messages how great the city is. And I'm not just talking about the hockey world, because that's a unique brotherhood, but the friends in St. Louis that I've made outside of the game speaks volumes about the city. And you know, greatest sports city in the world, people say it all the time. You find a place where you have 52 alumni that stuck around. And if you take and multiply that by their spouses and their kids and now grandkids, we're in the 500s to 600 that have made this their community. And that says a lot about the people here. So for me, helping out's just, you know, that comes with putting on the jersey here. So remember, boys, I mean, legend, great favorite. I wasn't a very good player, and I got to play a long time here. So the fact that I get treated like this, pretty good.
God bless. What perspective. That's why he's a legend. Kelly Chase.
I will see you later today, but I may come in with a bodyguard.
Yeah, you might need somebody to help you out.
You stepped in it.
Yeah. And I got Twister here. By the way, we got this new company, XO, that's a med spa that I'm a part of, and we did a commercial with Jansen and Twister. And
well, the English language will never be the same.
Oh yeah, it's special. We pull up and it's like a Roadhouse scene, and then you go in and it's Beverly Hills, right? But the beauty of it is, and I'm letting the cat out of the bag on a story here a little bit that's probably not for public air, but these guys decided that they were going to road rage and get Twister out of the vehicle. And he just eventually stopped. This is about the day after he was in this place, but he had his fingernails painted blue and gold for the commercial. So when he got out of the truck, these guys are yapping at him and the whole works, and he goes, you know how he walks, so he's so damn tough, and those knuckles are smashed, and he's a laborer, and he goes, does his body look like this is my first time, boys? And he said he looked down, and there's blue and gold nail polish on his head. And he said, these guys had to be thinking, boy, are we going to work this guy over? And as he started walking towards him, one of them recognized him and said, holy shit, that's Twist. Get in the car. So I had to laugh. So I use Twister as my bodyguard quite frequently. I'm like, okay, if things get really tough, I'll call it the big boy.
You're going to be dealing with that this afternoon, Martin.
I don't know if I can get a photographer. It may not be happening.
Welcome, Marty. Yeah.
Oh,
enjoy your day, boys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Chase.
Right, thank you,
brother. There he is, the great Kelly Chase. Inspiring as always. I don't know how he does it, but that's who he is, and that's who he's been for decades here in the St. Louis area. If you would like to support the cause, donate. You don't necessarily have to offer up your wife, but you know, some donors are doing so. STLBluesalumni.com is where you go. STLBluesalumni.com.
Just make a donation. It sounds like then you're in the hopper. Chance for the drawing to shave Chaser's head. I have a feeling my head may be shaved later today when we meet
you think
up.
that might be?
Well, no, I don't know that I'll have a choice. I think I may be held down to the ground.
Could we raise money for that?
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Well, how about I dye it for? Let's try that.
You gonna do that?
It's a little white these days.
Kelly Chase with us here on the program. You just anything, you can Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app or TMA STL app to go back and podcast. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. The program is TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
The holiday season is also the gift-giving season. What do you want to give the friends and family on your list? How about the gift of me time? Massage Envy. A Massage Envy gift card. They can use it for a massage, a facial, a stretch session. This is going on now through the end of the year. December 31st, when you buy a $100 gift card, You'll also get a free $20 promo card that you can keep for your You could give it to Timmy, or you could add it to someone's gift. Massage Envy, where better begins. Right now, when you're thinking about gifts, it's sort of intimidating, right? What is so-and-so like? Just give them the gift of me time. A Massage Envy gift card. They can use it for any of those services at Massage Envy. And when you spend $100 on the gift card, you'll get $20 back for you. Where better begins at Massage Envy. This offer is good in location only. Now available it is not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. Stop by and see our friends at Massage Envy and get the gift of me time.
It's the morning after, fresh off of a conversation with Kelly Chase that I would recommend going back and podcasting. For those of you who did not get a chance to hear it live, you can also always do so via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Also, there is a Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. Download both and go back and podcast or live stream anytime you would like. It's the morning after, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Robert Thomas going to join us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour for his weekly hit. Martin, you were kind of on the idea of Brady Cook playing?
I was throwing that out. I misread his interview with Frank.
Not necessarily.
And I kind of thought, and then I have a friend who's a Mizzou honk who was texting me the other day, said, I hear he's playing. And I said, wait, what?
So this is what the Colonel posted on Power Mizzou. Fairly confident in saying no decision has been made on who will start this weekend against South Carolina. For the record, the number is up to 13.5 now. 3 weeks ago at this time, I was very confident Cook wouldn't play against Alabama. Last week at this time, I was very confident he would not play against Oklahoma. Right now, I honestly don't know, and I don't really think anybody knows whether he'll play this weekend against South Carolina. Drinkwitz said yesterday they'll, quote, prepare with Drew Pine as the starter. Actually makes me more confident that Cook might play. The last two games, what he said on Tuesday has led to the exact opposite happening on Saturday. I think there's definitely a chance Brady plays this weekend, but I do not think it's been decided, which leads to the question of what would you do? If Brady's 90%, there's no risk of re-injury behind, hey, every time you play football, you might get hurt, I'd start him. If he's less than that, I'd start Pine, and then if you need to go to Cook, go to him. I think this is a very difficult game to win, regardless of who's playing quarterback, especially considering you're playing a backup center and maybe a backup left guard, although I don't think there's a big drop-off at guard. What I wouldn't want to do is run Cook out there when he's less effective than he should be and then put Mississippi State and Arkansas games at risk for him. Personally, I'd start Pine and have Brady available if he can be, but I'd guess if the doctors clear Brady, he's the guy. That's Gabe DeArmond on Power Mizzou.
Yeah, I think Brady's answer, and apparently we can't get that audio, but he said, this was on Sunday night on News Channel 5. And he sounded, I thought, optimistic, and he just kept saying, we've got a plan, we'll know soon enough. Again, if you could play audio on radio shows, we'd have it for you, but we can't.
So Jackson, do you have any response?
This is all going to be noted.
Okay.
Noted.
Wow. Did I just get noted?
Yep.
Okay. So I just read, I felt like his vibe, and some of it was visually. I thought he seemed encouraged, but I could have been misreading what was part of the giant bluff, because Drink would say it's all part of the plan.
Chairman Kurt, you have had inside information on this situation. What is your read?
I don't necessarily know how the rehabilitation process is going, but I would still place money on him not playing.
Okay, there it is, Chairman Kurt.
I think that's the most likely is that he's not playing, but I feel like from enough different people that it's not ruled out that he could be available.
Yeah, Gabe has been outspoken on where his reads have been on this, as I just wrote. And this time, whereas he was certain he wasn't playing against Oklahoma, this one he's thinking it might be a coin flip. So that you can read at powermizzou.com. Colonel with us on Fridays on the program. By the way, tomorrow, big show?
Question mark?
What?
Joey Vitale and the Colonel are always with us on Fridays, but add into the dossier.
It's not a dossier, really.
It is.
It's a schedule.
Skip Irwin's ghost calling into the show.
Yeah, that might happen via hologram, but also the Sklar brothers in studio and Joe Buck with us on the program.
wow.
Yep.
Doug, this is a big Friday edition of the Morning After.
Really will be.
Joe would like to talk Indiana football. His Hoosiers are in the mix, Doug, for the college football
And he
playoff.
went to the game against Michigan this past weekend in Bloomington.
Okay.
So it'll only take questions if I ask him in the form of Tony La Russa. I don't think that affects the panel. I guess if I pipe in like this, I'll be shot down. So it's been noted.
For the record, Mr. Licks has just sent in a screenshot of his donation to Kelly Chase's
Thank you.
campaign. So thank you, Mr. Licks. STLBluesAlumni.com is where you can do that. Guys, when's Perk coming back? That's from Eric in the Central West End. Perk might be doing a gambling show with me. This is at Gluten-Free Perk, Martin.
Who's that?
She was on a few different times on the program over the last few months. I think she's pretty active on the Twitter tweets. Doug, does she have 21,000 followers?
I don't know how many.
You always judge a person by their followers.
I don't.
And I think she has a little bit of a gambling habit. So she might be on the gambling podcast.
Is she local?
She is. She went to school with Jackson.
Yeah, University of Missouri.
So Perk.
Gluten-Free Perk.
Ruined me.
Right, there
That's
she is.
her right there.
Okay.
That's her contribution to the show almost daily.
There you go, Eric, in the Central West End. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, where you can always go back and podcast any of this program or any of the programs on 101 ESPN. It's Schaefer Door Company. I bet, Doug, you could spell it. I bet you could spell it if I asked you to spell it.
Can I hear it in the sentence first?
Man, I sure like that Schaefer Door Company, and Jason Gosrow's the bee's knees.
All right. Origin, please. Nation of origin for the word?
South of Arnold.
Okay.
Correct.
Schaefer. SCHAEFER. Schaefer.
Wow.
Is this a spelling bee going on?
Doing a little spelling bee. Yep. SchaeferDoor.com, and that's how you spell it. SCHAEFER door.com. Plus, they, like Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, have set up a number specific for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. It's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, plus they service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door, Jason Gosrow, and Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer when that garage door spring breaks. Now you know where to go, SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. With the 101 ESPN app and TMA STL app sponsor here on 101. Robert Thomas going to tell us about his health because he was out there skating to our surprise yesterday with the boys. He's going to join us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the morning after. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And you are always welcome to watch the show and participate in the live chat as well at youtube.com/TMA STL and the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Two different options for you. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Thomas. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
We're doing really well. How are you doing after going out there and skating yesterday? I don't think people were expecting to see that, but they were thrilled to see it.
Yeah, it was really exciting. Obviously, it sucks being away from the team, and especially with the long road trips in our schedule this year. Just being away for so long is tough, and you want to get back into the swing of things. And I was really excited to get out on the ice and be with the guys, and it was a ton of fun.
How do you feel after a morning of skating?
Yeah, I felt good. It's slow progress, but I feel like I'm in a really good spot, and not sure what the timetable is yet, but just taking it day by day, and but I've been really impressed and really happy with my progress so far.
I think from the outset, we were all surprised to see you skating already. Is it ahead of schedule, and who makes that call? Do you say, hey, I'm feeling good, or the doctors have to clear it? How do you end up on the ice?
Yeah, I think it's both of us. Obviously, a big part of it is feel, and another part of it is, where you're at in the healing process. And obviously with fractures, it's a little bit tricky as you kind of have to wait for the bone to heal. So, it was a team decision, and I'm really excited to be back with the guys. I think I can't express that enough. It's so much fun being around these guys, and that's what I can't wait to get back.
Probably hard to watch him struggle here the last three games, wanting to help so bad and not be able to.
Yeah, I think just watching games in general is a struggle. You know how much goes into each game emotionally and physically, and not being able to be in there battling with your guys is tough. And you're going to go through swings, ups and downs in the season, and the downs are obviously the hardest to watch as you want to be in there with everyone and fighting through it. And I'm excited to see this road trip. It's going to be a big challenge for the team, and the guys seem up for it and seem ready, and I can't wait to watch them.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on TMA. He's with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Now, when you were with us last week, you talked about it's tough with bone fractures because you might feel like there's progress, but you don't know if the bone has healed. Did you get some semblance of information in between our conversation this past Friday and getting on the ice yesterday that indicated that things were getting better, and that's what gave you and or the organization comfort with you going out there and testing it?
Yes and no. I think just based on how I was feeling, I felt like I was ready to jump into a practice, and I think that's pretty much it, to be honest with you. There's not much else to it.
What will your role be when you're with the team? I know injured players always say they feel a little bit invisible, but you've been around. You've got sway in that room. Will you chime in a little bit in terms of a practice or give guys a pep talk?
Yeah, I think so. I think, being a little bit out of it emotionally and not in the day-to-day stuff for the last 2 weeks kind of gives me an outside perspective, and I think it's a different one, especially when you're in the games and you're playing. You see things and you feel things that are going on in the game that might not look like what you're feeling. So sometimes it's nice to get an outside perspective, but at the same time you got to be kind of cognizant because hockey's such a feel game, and you got to trust your instincts and feel it out. So I've just been trying to keep everyone positive and bring some smiles to the room.
When you're hurt, I guess you can't golf at all, right? That'd be a bad look.
That's important, Doug.
It'd be a bad look.
I actually think it's very important.
What else are you going to do?
I think he's chipping. I think he's putting, and I think he's really feeling good about his short game right now. That's what I think.
Yeah, not much. Just sucking at fantasy football.
Oh no! What's going on? What's the problem? Who do we want to hold accountable right now? Who's letting the squad down?
I think it's me. I'm dead last for the second year in a row.
Oh no! Is this a Blues team league?
Yeah, we got a team league, and it's been competitive, but I seem to find my way out in week 5 or 6 every year. So,
who? Is there somebody who consistently leads?
I feel like Schenner's good at this.
You think he'd be good at it?
Schenner is always up there. Dark horse, but he was our champion last year. It was Pavel Buchnevich.
Number 89,
Wow, the Russian comes in and dominates in our game.
He knew absolutely nothing about football, and now he's got a great team again. We got a close race up top, but he's a dark horse. I don't know how he's good at fantasy football. I don't know who's telling him what to do, but he
sounds a little bitter.
Yeah. So, tension in the room. What's the problem? Buchnevich's fantasy team.
I watch football every Sunday. I think I know football, and I'm just dead last every week.
Can I ask you a dumb question, Robert? Is there a CFL fantasy football, like in Canada? Do people have CFL fantasy teams?
I can't say I've heard of that.
It was a dumb question.
It was when it turns out.
We've got fantasy hockey here, and Robert Thomas is on my team. I need him back in the lineup.
Oh, wow. So Doug is passive-aggressively holding you accountable for hurting his club. How's that feel?
I got Broberg, too. It doesn't help.
Yeah. That seemed like a segue into your problems. We're talking about football.
It's all about me.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. You know, something that came up the other day, Roenick going into the Hall of Fame, I was looking at Big Walt's numbers in terms of him and Roenick, and he's got 25 more goals, 162 less games. I knew he didn't have a deep playoff run with any of the teams, and we had John Kelly on talking about it. You know the Tkachuk family really well, and I know, and I've talked to Walt about it. What do you think it would mean for him and that family if he gets that call at some point?
Oh, I think it would mean the world. I think it's one thing that's kicking at him right now. Obviously, not winning a cup was one big thing for him, and it's pretty special. He got to live it through Matthew last year and get that Tkachuk name on the cup. But I think it would mean the world. I think he should be in there. I think his time will come, and I think all of us should start talking about it because he's someone that really deserves it. And especially people the last couple of years, I think there's no way you can't put his name right up there with a bunch of them.
Be the greatest party ever, I'll say that.
Yeah, probably so.
Might have to shut the Blues season down for like a week if that happens.
Speaking of winning a cup, I bet a day never goes by where you don't look back and think how cool that moment was.
Yeah, it was really cool. Especially, obviously going through Matthew a little bit. Was able to be at the cup party and you see your name on there, 5-6 years later, and especially with the little daughter, putting her in there, it was pretty special.
I got a text here. Sometimes the listeners like us to bring up topics, and Doug, you're always encouraging when the listeners send in texts.
Well, not really.
With questions. Can you ask Robert if he has any good billet mom stories? That's from caller Buzz, and he won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. I think it was June 2023, right, Doug? So he has a little credibility with us. We're hearing tell of sometimes maybe aggressive billet moms over the course of the juniors. Anything you'd like to share with the audience to give us non-athletes perspective?
I don't know what he's kind of asking.
I do.
I had some of the greatest billets. They're still my close family. I call them family. We get together every summer, or try to. Some summers, obviously, this one was a little bit busier, but they're family, and I was very fortunate to have the McGonagalls in London and Sordos in Hamilton, and they were incredible people.
Yeah.
This is when Matt Eberflus's phone cuts out.
That's a bad question.
Another bad question.
Yeah.
Nothing happens between
Robert, to be fair, whose question was worse, mine about CFL fantasy football or Tim reading the texter's question?
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here.
I think that's another promo to cut the morning after. 101 ESPN, Robert Thomas. I don't know what we're doing here. That's every day, 7 to 11. Yeah. Robert, we appreciate you dropping by. I know fans are encouraged to see you out there on the ice, and hopefully that means we will see you out there in a game here sometime sooner rather than later. Appreciate the time as always, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was a fun one.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Robert.
I didn't think it was going to end that way.
Yeah, no, I think the game ball has to go to caller Buzz for the billet mom question. And Jackson agrees. Jackson, you want to join the alliance?
Come on, that cemented the fun interview. I mean, we're just talking Canadian fantasy football.
But since no one came right out and said it, you're suggesting that the players fool around with the moms.
I'm not suggesting a damn thing. Caller Buzz, who won the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month in June 2023, was asking if he had any billet mom stories.
Okay.
That's all that was.
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
No, you're not.
That's Gabe DeArmond doing a post-game show. You can hear that around 6 o'clock on Power Mizzou Saturday.
That appeared to be a drop fest at the end of that interview. Like Jackie could clip off about 4 or 5 things there from Robert. And the CFL question, while a dumb question, I am kind of curious. Don't you think there's guys?
I'm sure there are some
guys in
degenerates.
Edmonton.
Yeah.
Hey, what do the Blue Bombers got this week? How's your squad? I'm sure it exists, but not at the level.
It does. I'm looking at it right now.
Thank you.
No.
There is a CFL fantasy league. Let's get in.
There is. It's now open. Despite this, when does the season start in the CFL?
Doug, that's crowdsourcing.
It's the middle of the summer, I think.
Is it really?
Summer to winter? It's similar to the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's a little earlier because they got to get done. They can't be playing outdoors in January and February in Canada.
Every other team's named the Rough Riders.
Yeah, there's at least 2 of them.
There's 8
Ottawa,
teams and 2 of them are Saskatchewan.
Eric in the Central West End says we only care about billet dads.
Oh.
Doug, you played Native American ball with his father.
Indian
and then
ball.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood says the follow-up question should have been who shows up for the summer reunion, just the mom or the entire family. That's Chairman Steve, and he won the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Year. So, I mean, these are listers with credibility asking these questions. And look, Robert Thomas obviously enjoys their questions. So I think, Doug, maybe you need to issue an apology to the audience.
I don't feel like I need to. I think we're just making stuff up with this billet mom nonsense.
What are we doing here? I think was the summation. What are we doing here?
You are welcome to get involved on the program. The text inbox active as the day is long. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt taking your calls at 314-974-0101. An email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We do the email of the day every day at 10:45 here on 101 ESPN. Jeff Lotman is a real estate agent that if you are looking to buy a home or sell a home, I would recommend to you. We've gotten to know him quite well, and many in St. Louis have worked with him over the last 2 decades now, in which he is responsible for $500 million in real estate sales in the St. Louis area. He's with Compass Realty, and with Compass, you get the luxury experience as they are the #1 luxury broker. But luxury is not about a price point. Luxury is about the way you and your property and the sales experience go down, and that is top of the line. You can go online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, that's where you can learn more about Jeff Lotman and Compass Realty. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lotman with Compass Realty. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt will return so he can take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 and TMA STL YouTube channels. Welcome back, TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, manning the ones and twos. You like that phrase, Doug? Manning the ones?
No, I don't like it at all.
Okay, well, the ones and twos are being manned by Chairman Kurt. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Two great interviews here to start the program in the first 90 minutes. Kelly Chase with us in the 7 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. And we were just on with Robert Thomas talking CFL fantasy leagues. And
it had to be asked.
And it was. Can't say the media in this town is soft. And billet moms.
Well, that was just a tiny portion of the interview.
And also he was back on the ice yesterday.
Yeah. Because he poo-pooed the billet mom thing completely.
That's your opinion.
Okay. Not sure when he's going to play again, but feeling much better.
And also had great billet families.
Yes. They're like his real family almost.
Yeah. Doug, have you never seen Youngblood, the scene Tea with Miss McGee?
No, I haven't.
That was with Rob Lowe.
Okay. That was
Tea
also a
with
movie.
Miss McGee. 1985, Jackson Youngblood. You own the website goodorbad.com, which is kind of a simplified version of Rotten Tomatoes. Is Youngblood good or bad?
I don't think I've ever seen the picture. It was an 86 release, a very young Rob Lowe.
Susan Sarandon?
Susan Sarandon seduced him, or was that James Spader in Dogtown and White Palace?
It looks like Cynthia Gibb was a star in this film, along with Keanu Reeves.
Who's Miss McGee, bro?
Miss McGee? Who is Miss McGee is the question in this picture.
Well, that's what Jimmy said.
It says it's Miss McGill.
Oh, McGill.
And that was Fiona. What the hell is
Fiona Apple, criminal?
No, Fiona.
What are we doing right now?
Say that. Finola?
What's the text number?
Looks like Fianula to me.
3999964. You're going to send in a text.
Who are these idiots?
Fianula Flanagan?
Okay.
Fianula? She's Irish.
Stop saying that.
But that's her name.
Once you said Flanagan, that was kind of the tell.
Did you see Rob Lowe at the World Series? I thought he'd be wearing a hat that would say MLB.
Yeah, like you did with the NFL.
My roller hockey team name was Tea with Miss McGill. Thanks. That's from the 314.
Okay.
So this was a hockey picture?
I don't know. I didn't see it either, Jackie.
Yes.
Slapshot is the hockey movie.
What do you think of that? Good or bad?
Love. Good.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How about Miracle? That was another good hockey movie.
Yeah, I think it's a little different. Like Miracle is like it's a true story, Yeah. So I feel like it's a little different than like Slapshot. Like Slapshot's just like this.
Was
great...
it good or bad?
Thank you,
Miracle is
Martin.
good.
Okay.
Miracle's good. How could it not be?
I watch that with my boys quite a bit, maybe once every few weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
What about that Shrek? That's a good kid movie.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Ice Age.
Haven't gotten. No, I guess now that I think about it, they're watching more films like Miracle.
Lion King, have you seen that?
I've watched that one with my older son. That's correct, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Your favorite children's movies? 314-399-9646.
What are we even doing here?
Fantastic Mr. Fox. That's the answer.
Oh, that's the answer.
The answer to what?
Wes Anderson.
Yeah, it's my favorite children's movie. Or I guess movie for everybody, really.
Fun with Chiron this morning on ESPN goes across the screen. Nick Sirianni, 41-19 in his career as the Eagles head coach.
Oh.
I yelled out loud, Uncle Rich is all over this.
Did Orlovsky see that?
I don't think he saw the Chiron. He's busy pissing up a rope.
That's exactly right.
That is amazing. Sirianni, they're going to run him out of there. He's 41-19 as the head coach of the Eagles. And then they put up a graphic. It didn't say, will the Bears beat the Packers? It said, will Caleb Williams be able to score a touchdown against the Packers? That's where the bar is for you Chicago
They're not
fans.
happy in Philadelphia. They've won 5 in a row, and they're 7-2.
Yeah.
Hello, la, la, la.
Why would you want to coach there if you had any other options? Well, I'm sure the job pays well. You take any head coaching job you can get.
Philly?
But when you have his record and you want to leave, I'm sure there's lots of teams that would love to have you.
Playing tonight on Amazon Prime. I think Al Michaels will be engaged. You've got Commanders and Eagles tonight.
This should be a good one.
A lot of good. The slate this week is strong.
I wonder if they'll go Kelly Green tonight for the Eagles. I wonder if they've announced that.
Jackson is interested in starting his own uniform podcast, Martin.
Good or bad?
And tell, because Martin's in the Alliance, he might help get this over for you. Joining us on Sports Final now, he has a new uniform podcast, Jackson Burkett.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think less so of a podcast and more like on Twitter on big uniform nights like Thursday Night Football would certainly be the college football.
What would you do with it?
Just kind of put up a picture and give my review of the uniform uniform matchups. Like what spurred this was the Ravens alternate uniform they debuted.
That really drove you up the wall.
That was like that.
This was last Thursday against the Bengals when they scored like 90 points.
I've always credited the Ravens for not doing too much with their uniforms, and they did too much on that night, and that frustrated me. So that's what kind of spurred my idea here. So I'll start tonight with the Eagles Commanders.
What would the site be? Sexyormessy.com.
I think I was just going to call it Uniform Jack, and it's going to be on my personal Twitter.
Oh. This uniform podcast, 2 thumbs down. That's from the 314. I mean, it hasn't even debuted yet, and it's already getting
reviews already.
Nor will it likely. I don't think a podcast, because I don't know if there's a lot of, and it would just be me by myself. Solo pod's tough. It's just a lot. There's not much texture to it. It's just one voice. So I think just on Twitter. So yeah, follow me on Twitter, and maybe you'll get to see it.
All right.
Of course, Comrade Burkett likes uniforms. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Would you prefer the guys play naked? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You probably like Houston wearing those all red uniforms.
That sent them over the edge as well.
Houston's 0 for 2 on their new uniform debuts this year with that weak H logo.
But as a communist, red is kind of the color, right?
You never see me wear red, though.
Okay.
Jackson, you like to predict what Missouri will wear, and obviously they diversify with the uniforms. What do you think they will be sporting at 3:15? And Columbia, South Carolina is 13.5-point underdogs Saturday.
They like to get a little weird sometimes when they play South Carolina on the road. Like they've gone Sailor Tiger before, which I don't like. Gosh. Martin, you've talked about that, the Calvin Hobbes-looking Tiger. I think they'll continue with the Block M on a black helmet, white jersey, black pants. I think that's what they're going to go.
I think they're going to wear jerseys that say bowl bound. I think they're going to rub it in South Carolina's face.
Reigning Cotton Bowl champ uniforms.
On the back.
As long as they keep the Block M black helmet.
I
can almost go with anything as long as they keep the right helmet.
I think they might go yellow face mask. They like to do that. I'm not a fan, personally.
No. Could send a message to...
Don't they roll that out on Thursdays?
They used to. I think they used to do like the videos where they'd be in caves or bars. And,
barns, oftentimes. Some kind of farm area.
Creeks.
Running for office.
And now they don't even like announce it beforehand. It's just like when you see it, you see it. I don't like that.
You've got one day on the farm. How do you spend it?
You're welcome to spend your day by getting involved on the program and calling in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, or emailing in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Munganess, sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour, which Kelly Chase told us about his battle with leukemia, as he is now facing a second diagnosis and has begun chemotherapy. But he is raising money, as he has always wanted to do, and you can help the cause by going to stlbluesalumni.com for a chance to shave his head, all while raising money for Siteman. I would go back and recommend listening to that interview. Kelly Chase, always incredibly inspiring and straightforward. That was in our 7 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas in the 8 o'clock hour. Doug, what would you like to tell people about here on the program?
Well, Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota would both allow you to test drive a car with a shaved head. They're fine with that. They have a fantastic new and used car selection at both dealerships. I bought a car there. I also have my car serviced there. I think a lot of us have. Once you find a place that you can really trust to have your car serviced, it's just a gold mine. Then you don't care. If you need service or maintenance on a car, you know right where you're going. You know you're going to be treated right. Ryan Seiberg runs the service department there, and they've also given us a phone number straight to the muckety-mucks, guys like Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess, who will make sure that you get first-class treatment. I'm going to give that number now, 314-252-0029. You didn't write it down. Here it is again. 314-252-0029. You dial that number, and they make sure that you get absolutely first-rate service. Everybody does, but this is just kind of an insurance policy on that. You know what else they have? They have a great waiting room if you're there, just for a quickie service checkup or something. You get all kinds of snacks. They get the big TV. Maybe watch the Mizzou game there on Saturday. I don't know. You could. They got a big screen TV there. All kinds of snacks and drinks. They just do fantastic work there. Some of the nicest people you're ever going to meet working at Munganess St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. You'll be saying, hey, I got a car guy now. I know where I'm taking my car. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. Munganess, a longtime sponsor of TMA. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt on the ones and twos for the Callier & Thompson phone lines. A big development yesterday for the Cardinals television situation, Cardinals and Blues television situation. We'll talk about that on the other side of our commercial break. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. If you are north of 7 feet, chances are you had a pretty good night last night as Giannis Antetokounmpo leads it with 59 points. Victor Wembanyama, his first 50-point game, and then Karl Anthony Towns with 46 points last night. A lot of scoring last night in the NBA. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
How about this, Doug? Jackson selecting his Oakland Funk again.
Really? This the kind of music you dance to alone?
Sure. Alone, with people. Who cares?
Okay. About that? Celebrate. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. And I think a pretty big story with Diamond Sports Group, parent company of FanDuel Sports Network. It was known as Bailey's. And now doing a deal with Prime Video, Amazon Prime, that for the Cardinals, the Blues, and St. Louis University games, you will be able to watch the games via the Prime Video streaming service. This deal announced, probably not coincidentally, a day before a bankruptcy hearing for Diamond Sports today. FanDuel Sports Network now making the games available on Prime. And so, Martin, we were discussing this as two guys who get services solely for the access to FanDuel Sports, that now we can eliminate those and just go straight to Prime, which I have used to watch some television series and Thursday Night Football, and now the Cardinals, Blues, and Billikens will be there as well.
Yeah, I think you've had limited options. If you're a Cardinals fan, Blues fan, the last few years, where are you going to go? You're going to either get Spectrum or DirecTV. You couldn't go to YouTube anymore, right?
Right. So, YouTube TV, which I love, and I love the user interface, was not available. It was on the outside looking in.
So if you're not doing cable, how are you watching the games? Now that it's on Prime, this is an option in our house. Nobody watches regular TV in our house. I've got the games on all the time in all of the rooms. They watch Disney Plus, Amazon, Netflix, you name it. So there's no need for it other than me watching the games. So I'm excited about this. I think this was part of the whole pushback. You start cutting back on the rights fees. Teams like the Cardinals say, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to try and find other outlets.
I wonder what the financial arrangement is for the Cardinals on this. Like, they've got to be getting a taste, right? They got to be wetting their beaks, right?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
I'm going to text DeWitt right now. Are you wetting your beak?
Thank you.
Is that a Fredbird joke?
They will still be on Spectrum, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. So if you have linear television, that's what you use.
Don't say linear television.
I think Jackson's right. I got to be honest with you.
The alliance is getting stronger. If you have linear television, you can watch it just as you normally would. And then if you don't have cable and you don't have any subscriptions in that department, you can just fire up Amazon. And you can. And I think that's so huge because people like my age, they're not going to go out of their way, bend over backwards to watch Cardinal games. But if it's easily available on an app that they're used to, like Prime Video, well, then you might have a situation where they would be watching games they normally wouldn't.
And the opposite is true in people of my age.
Yeah.
If they have to go finding and get a password and pay another $10 a month or $15 or however much Prime is, they might not do that. But if they can just go to Spectrum and hit 824 and there it is, it makes it a lot easier.
I think it's a disservice for the MLS that they're only on Apple because a lot of folks just either don't have the Apple TV or don't know how to find it. I think they need more games, and it's probably a lucrative deal. And I've argued with some of the people at City who say, well, it's all in one spot. But I said, people like my mom will never stumble into, and maybe they don't care because she's 81. No offense, Mom, if you're listening. But I think you want to have it available to as many people as you can. And I think the MLS deal, again, probably lucrative, the best offer on the table with Apple. But at minimum, I think they need a few more broadcast partners just so you get. I mean, how many people in St. Louis that are just kind of interested in the City team but don't really follow it ever see a game? Probably never.
See, I love the setup, but I also understand what you're talking about. It's not broadcast. There are occasional games that are on, FS1? Or
Fox, we've had a game or two, and then FS1 gets a game or two. I think the MLS Cup which we'll preview soon, is going to be on Fox.
We've got a number of questions asking when it will start on Prime. I have not seen that. I do not believe that was announced yesterday. I've read a variety of different articles on this story, and I did not see a start date for it as of yet. So people are asking if the Blues and Sabres tonight, which you can listen to here on 101 ESPN, if it'll be on Prime, and I don't believe that's the case. And it's a Prime option. And then you're going to have to opt in. It's not just like if you subscribe to Prime, you get the games, to be clear.
Like MLS.
What do you mean?
Well, if you have Apple TV, that doesn't mean you also get the MLS
Correct.
package.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, recall what it is for the year. I know I get it.
Between $80 and $100.
That's what I thought. Yeah. But I mean, it's our job, so that's why I get it.
Right.
But I understand, and like Martin, you're saying, if you're a casual fan, you're like, I don't know if I really want to do that.
Or if you're interested, even, I want to watch the game. How do I do it? You make it enough of a process that some people will just check out.
I will say, once you get used to it, it is an elite form of watching it because you never have issues with buffering or this, that, and the other. It's always there.
App sucked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As long as your Wi-Fi holds out, though, right?
Right. But I mean, honestly, if your Wi-Fi is cutting out, you're going to have a lot of problems, let alone just watching games. Like everything goes off Wi-Fi now. You have to have that fiber optic, Doug.
And this whole bankruptcy with Diamond is very complicated because there are a handful of teams like the Cardinals who have a ownership percentage with Diamond, so they're not in the actual bankruptcy case. So the guy, Evan Drellich, who reports a lot on these stories, especially MLB-related, TV-related, he made that mistake a couple of weeks ago, included the Cardinals. They're not in the bankruptcy hearing, so it's all very convoluted. So when we say, did they wet their beak, it's sort of interesting because they're part owners of the group. They would be saying, hey, give us some more money. Like, well, wait a minute, we don't want to give you any money because it's bad for ownership, but you're part owners. See what I'm saying, Doug?
I see, yes.
It's complicated.
And when you say wet your beak, I just envision one of the DeWitts bending down over and putting her nose in the money pile.
Just getting a small taste.
I'm reading from Fox 2 that...
wow.
Thank you.
Look at this.
All right, there you go, buddy.
Right here, baby.
This is rough.
Financial details of the agreement were not immediately disclosed, and more details on the availability of Prime Video RSN streams will come at a later time.
Oh, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
To see how that plays out.
Yeah.
What a nice drop in, Jackson.
Well, you asked about the financial details and when it's going to start. We don't know yet.
Did you just want to say Fox 2?
Thanks, buddy.
Are you wetting your beak?
Good for you, Doug.
No,
You're starting to pick up on this nonsense.
I was trying to close the loop. On those
We'll be
two
wetting
questions.
Jackie's beak in no time.
You see what's happening here? I don't like it at all. But I do like what the deal is, and I think that'll make it a lot more accessible for fans to stream. And I think that's been one of the core issues. I don't know this. I get the sense, Jackson, you're 26-year-old, that if your peers do subscribe to a service, YouTube TV is the one that they enjoy more than, say, like Spectrum or DirecTV.
Oh, yeah. Well, with YouTube TV, I think it's a little bit cheaper than those options. You're not bundled into a bunch of stuff you'll never watch. And then also the multi-view thing is so...
Yeah, the multi-view's the bee's knees,
for
man.
college football, when you have that afternoon slate and you can have 4 games up on at the same time, or NFL Sunday, you can have Red Zone and 3 other games up at the same time. It's unbeatable, really.
Doug, can I still get Fox News with my Cardinals and Blues on Amazon?
I don't know.
Might be limiting
if you
there.
Don't get it.
What about the Spike TV? Can I still get that?
Spike TV. Blue Mountain State used to be on Spike TV. That was the only thing I knew about Spike TV. I feel like those kind of channels are dropping off one by one.
Sometimes I have TVs that aren't hooked into cable, and this happened to us at the hotel in California, too, where you just turn on the TV and Wi-Fi, it gets 100 stations, and you've never heard of any of them.
Yeah.
People doing
That is
podcasts
so true.
and shows that you've never heard of or watched in your life. Where do they come from? And of all the stations to pick up and pump into a hotel or something, why those?
Outdoor Life Network.
Sometimes, though, like before like a Blues game, you'll get like, it's just like 8 guys playing golf on some FanDuel TV. And they're not like pros or anything. They're all wearing the same outfits, uniforms, Tim.
This was literally, this was 50 or 60 stations deep, and I'd never heard of any of them.
No.
And that was the choice of what to watch in this hotel room.
do people bring their like Rokus or Apple TVs with them on the road if they're staying in a hotel? You do? Okay. I've noticed that it used to be tough to plug those in with a USB, and now I feel like the hotels make it accessible.
With the HDMI?
With the HDMI.
Right.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to be staying in a place for a few nights, my wife will bring that over, and then we'll be able to sal in.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, if you're only staying a place one night, but honestly, those things are so small and easy to carry around, so it makes sense to do that.
Yeah, that's the move, Doug. So that way you don't have to watch the podcast that you didn't want to watch.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
You know that none of this mess would have been necessary if cable companies wouldn't have been massively overcharging for years. That's TMA social media correspondent Doug's prison wallet.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure their expenses are great. I don't know how much they overcharged or not.
Does feel like a market correction.
Oh, you better believe
a little bit like the cab industry. All of a sudden, Uber and Lyft came along. Like, whoa, that's our job. Well, is it?
Not anymore.
Supply and demand. Now I'm a fan of the change because people were just paying for things that they didn't need, and now you have the market correction. It is 8:55 in St. Louis. Clarkson Jewelers sponsor the time check here on TMA. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Started with those roots right across from the brewery is Eagle Credit Union. It's grown over the years, and it's now Together Credit Union. 14 different locations around town, and a pretty cool thing going on right now, an exclusive partnership with the St. Louis Zoo. That means you can get a Zoo debit card, and when you make a purchase, they round up. So Together Credit Union takes that money, sends it over to the folks at the zoo, doing important projects like the St. Louis Zoo Wild Care Park. That's in North St. Louis County. That's going to open in 2027. So if you open up an account and get that debit card, the Zoo debit card from Together Credit Union, you'll also get attraction tickets, parking perks, including discounts. Great deal to partner with the zoo. And if you buy it soon, get on board with that Zoo debit card. You don't have to buy it. You just get that Zoo debit card. Till the end of the year, you'll receive a sea lion plush toy. Wouldn't that be good to give it to Timmy's kids? If you get the sea lion plush toy, you do that with the St. Louis Zoo debit card simply by stopping by any of those 14 area locations. You go online as well at togethercu.org/zoo.
Doug really likes this one, Martin.
This is the best of all of them.
They used to drop CDs off at the front desk at the old 2 Fox, probably at the 4 Fox, too.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'd call from the front. Somebody dropped off a CD. It's to inspire Cardinal fans for the playoff run or Rams fans.
Was the first one, The Heat Is On? Was that the one that really set it off?
Well, Celebration for the 82
Celebration,
Cardinals.
but Kool and the Gang didn't write that.
Well, The Heat Is On was a song.
Right, no, I understand for Beverly Hills Cop, but then they inserted, I think it was radio station KHTR, inserted all those clips of Jack Buck and Mike Shannon on the calls.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Chairman Kurt, you're saying there was one before that?
I think it goes back to around 1996. I think there was one.
Well, The Heat Is On would predates that.
Oh, I thought you were talking about just like kind of spoofy.
Got it.
But the Macarena had one.
It did.
Who let the cards out?
Who let the cards out?
Who let the cards out? That was a big one. Hard to rhyme Vina with a... Think about it.
With much of anything, really. It's like orange.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Think about it.
But who, you're saying The Heat Is On not as a theme song for the Cardinals.
But when it became a thing.
And they turned it into more.
A playoff anthem. I think people want to create the playoff anthem. And so we went from having songs that were mainstream hits, and then they would insert calls to then people creating their own songs like that one that Doug still loves to this day. 11 years.
Love it. What's that thing you do with your
Love Georgia.
Doug, how did you do that?
Love Georgia against Tennessee. It's up to you. Listen, fine, I'll give you another play. You want another play? I'll do it.
Yes.
Take Georgia, lay the points against Tennessee. I got it at 8.5. I think it's up to 10.5 because of Nico's health situation. Fine, I'll give you Notre Dame too. I'll give you Notre Dame if you wanted. We're going on favorites. I don't really like to do that. It's kind of square season. We're betting favorites and overs. But Notre Dame minus 22.5. Notre Dame is in the spot where they need to do some skull pounding. They don't have a conference championship game. They're in skull-pounding mode. They did it to Florida State last week. They're going to do it to Virginia this week, Doug. So if you want to parlay that, that's up to you. I don't want to tell you what to do with your money, but it's been revealed as a 4-star play.
Notre Dame still has to play Army.
The undefeated.
Hard to know how good they are. And USC. They should have no trouble with USC.
Lincoln Riley under fire.
Yeah.
Who lasts the longest? Lincoln Riley, Brian Kelly, Brent Venables. Go.
Didn't they come out and endorse Venables yesterday?
They did.
Kiss of death?
Yeah.
I'll say Brian Kelly will last the longest.
I will say Lincoln Riley at USC.
Will last the longest. Mm-hmm. Wow. I think that's probably the one that I would say might be the one that would go quicker.
I think Brian Kelly is in the hotter water.
Yeah.
Because I think just because of last year, because you had Jaden Daniels and he had such a bad defense, and then you pay the most for any defensive coordinator. And
he went after Blake Baker this past weekend.
Yeah, and then it's not working. In that situation, I don't know. Baton Rouge, when you get smoked like that at night in Death Valley, it kind of takes away some of the allure of night games at Death Valley. I think Brian Kelly's leash is a little shorter.
Will it affect his family?
Speaks with a southern accent. Before he even moved to Louisiana, he developed it.
I think Venables should be fired first out of the 3 because I feel like that. Like Kelly, I think could get it going. I think Lincoln Riley could get it going. I don't think Venables.
You don't think it's happening?
I don't think it's going to happen
at Oklahoma. Plus, he's the one that has to deal with entering the SEC. I love when Tim extends that tongue of his like that. Lick it, you pretty boy Adonis. That's from John Lithgow's Harry Henderson.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Exactly right.
Who's the pretty boy Adonis? Is that you?
I would assume that's me.
Yeah, I would think so.
Come on, dog. You know better.
Okay.
The YouTube chat is active. Doug's Chocolate Starfish is in there talking to MD 2020 and John Scores. That's the TMA YouTube chat. Chairman Kurt, how are things in the 101 ESPN YouTube chat?
I dipped my toe in there. I think it was in the 7 o'clock hour, and I hit the eject button pretty quickly.
Eject.
I'm more of a Webster Groves kind of guy.
Oh, you really?
You don't like Cottleville?
You know, it's my Jeffco roots.
No, I don't understand.
Webster's a little far from Jeffco.
Closer to Webster than Cottleville.
Yeah, let's get out a map. Because you could cut across.
Yeah, you could cut across.
Maybe that 141 will get you across.
Yeah. Well, we'll drive it today, and we'll come back with a thorough.
Be a fun thing to do.
It will be a fun thing to do. Another thing that's going to be fun is when Collier and Thompson comes to my house here in a couple of hours. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, they're coming today?
They're coming today.
What are you going to have done? Kitchen, bathroom?
We're going to take a look. We're going to hear what they have to say and what they have to suggest. I'm looking forward to it. My wife's looking forward to it. That's coming up here today, Doug.
They can get you taken care of no matter what you want to do to your house, whether it's redo your kitchen or your bathroom. You want to finish your basement. They do everything at Collier and Thompson. And it's a fantastic showroom. If you don't have any ideas, you can go out to their showroom, take a look. From the street, it doesn't look like it's that big, but it's over 10,000 square feet inside there. More than 20 kitchen displays alone on the first floor. And then you go down in the basement area, and they've got all the appliances. They carry the top names in appliances like Bosch, Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero. And if you just need an appliance, you're thinking, well, I don't really want to redo the entire kitchen. I just need an appliance. Of course, they can take care of you with that. And one thing they say a lot of people an issue they run into is the new appliance is bigger than the old one it's going to replace, and they can't fit it into the cabinet space. Collier and Thompson deals with that kind of thing all the time. They've got carpenters, they've got electricians that can make it work. They can redo the kitchen a little bit and make it work. If you want the latest and greatest in stoves and ranges and refrigerators, Collier and Thompson can make it happen. They've got everything right there in-house. This company's been around a long time, in business since the 1950s now, because they are committed to quality. When they get done with a job, you're going to say, holy smokes, did they ever do great work? And they really do. Check out their website. You can look at some of the before and after pictures. Really incredible what they can do to your house. Tim's having them out today, and I think you will just love what they're going to do to your home. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Get involved on the program by emailing in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Jackson, what are the standings?
Buck Swope has 4 wins. JV golf coach with 3 wins.
That's a good battle right there.
And Alan Dadeville and my cousin Vinny with 1 apiece. I believe that is the current standing.
Doesn't sound confident there, Doug. You pick up that read?
He really didn't.
Yeah, I would call and see what he does on the turn. I don't know what he's got over there. Might have like pocket 4s or something.
Well, I think JV golf coach won yesterday, and that would give him 3 wins.
Doug, is it your responsibility to track?
I think it is, but I forgot. I'm not good at it.
While you're looking, another PSA: trim them up and then trim them a little more. You're getting a little lengthy, fellas.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. Trim the emails down.
Could we put a word limit on it? Would that be a possible thing to do?
If they exceed what I think is going to be doable for, what do we call it, 10-4?
That's segment 10-4. That's correct.
If it's just not going to work, it's just not going to get read. So you can go on the fan page and post your little passive-aggressive, I got Vladdied, but, you know.
I got Vladdied.
Quality, not quantity.
Right. Keep it brief. Edit your copy.
Is it still 8-4?
Yeah, we're still at 8-4.
I thought you were going to a break.
Jackson's trying to figure out what the email of the day standings are, and Chairman Kurt is admonishing some of the people who send them in for sending in emails that are too long. So we're trying to workshop that. Bernie Federko is going to join us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour for his weekly appearance on the program. And we also have some sports broadcasting news. Ooh. Sports broadcasting news, Doug. Oh, yes. Okay. You've been teased, and you've been teased thoroughly.
Is this locally or on the national?
What do you think? I'm going to give away the tease?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Went to teasing camp this July. All right, we'll come back with the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. This is the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the show here in our 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Hall of Famer Bernie Federko with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Bernie, good morning.
Good morning.
We're good. How are you doing?
Good. No problems at all.
Good. We just had Robert Thomas on in the 8 o'clock hour, and he was pretty encouraged by getting, number one, the opportunity to go out there and skate. I think that was probably a little bit ahead of schedule of what he thought. And in addition to that, how he feels this morning after getting out there for the first time, considering everything that he has been dealing with. What are your thoughts on Robert Thomas's importance relative to what we've seen with the Blues running into some problems, in particular with late game giveaways that we saw against the Flyers, Utah, and then the unfortunate result in the third period against the Bruins on Tuesday?
When you take away your best player, it makes it very difficult. And obviously, Robert is the best player on this team. I think he's proven over the course of the last year that he is a 200-foot forward. He can control the game. He's really good defensively. He's a great passer. He can score. He can take faceoffs. So he's the complete player. And I think when you take away that from your roster, everybody kind of has to move it up a notch in there. There's really not enough talent usually on any team to be able to replace something as good as Robert Thomas is. So I'm quite surprised and actually very excited that he's back on the ice. I mean, this is early to me. I mean, 3 weeks after a fractured ankle is pretty amazing. So I hope that one thing is that he doesn't rush it too much and re-hurt it or something. And I'm sure they're watching that very closely. But I think that's good news that he's already skating, and hopefully he'll be back sooner than later.
Bernie, do all players want to play center, but not all can do it? It seems like they mix and match players at times, but maybe even like a Buchnevich, maybe it's not his best spot. Tell me about, is that the desire? Like all relievers want to be starting pitchers. Tell me about the center position.
Not really, Martin. I think you grow up as you put in the role by I guess your skill set or how you play on the teams that you grow up as in minor hockey or in a junior or college or whatever it is. I mean, you become a positional player, whether you're a defenseman. I mean, you're slotted in that. It's kind of sometimes what you want to be, and sometimes it's what the coaches decide that you're going to be. But that usually happens really early in your life, that you become that type of player. And I think that to try to change a player after he's been in that role for a long time through his minor hockey years and through his college or junior career, and then all of a sudden to try to make him something different when they turn pro, it's a very difficult situation. I think it's a lot easier. I mean, certainly it's hard to go from being a forward to a defenseman or a defenseman to forward, but I think even with being a winger, if you're a winger all your life, there's different responsibilities as being a center iceman. But I think out there, the center iceman has probably the biggest role of all the teams because you're playing that 200-foot games. You're responsible for really covering up for your wingers. You're responsible for coming up for any mistakes that your defense has. You're coming back all the way into your own zone to pick up things, and then you're starting to play going north as well. So it's probably the most complicated position to play, and it's really difficult. I mean, I feel for Buchnevich right now because he's trying to do the things, but I mean, face-offs is a knack that the more you take him, the better you get at it. And he's really has not taken a lot of face-offs in his career, so it's really difficult. So yes, I mean, it's not hard. It's not unknown or unheard of to change players into different positions, but it is a very, very difficult transition, especially going to the center ice position.
Were you a center your whole life? They didn't try to put 6-year-old Bernie in the nets or anything, did they?
No, I was a center iceman the entire time, Doug. I was put in that role when I was in Foam Lake, and you know what? I stayed in that role. I don't know if I put up. Maybe I wanted that role, and I stayed in it right through my junior and into pro. So I mean, I played a little bit of left wing when Brian Sutter got hurt. I was playing center, and then I was playing left wing on another line, and you know, a little later on, I bouts on the left wing, and you know, it's a little different, and but I was in a different role late in my career. It was kind of, I was not really the go-to guy in the middle, and so you know, you get to experience other positions, whether you like it or not, as you get older and as you get later in your career. But I think it's, like I said, it's easier to go from playing center in that role to playing a wing because you have less to do, I guess, or less responsibilities to do when you're a winger.
Bernie, the group's got to be pretty down. You get the 8-1 loss at home. Then you think you've got one in the bag, more or less. On Tuesday, you lose that heartbreaking fashion. How do you, maybe as a veteran or the captain like Shen, how do you get the vibe back up? Do you kind of monitor and make sure that, I just think it's human nature that you'd be a little down right now.
I don't know if it's down. I think it's more of a finding an identity and saying, "Hey guys, we can't let this happen." I mean, it's still early in the season. I mean, they've only played 16 games. I mean, I think if this was in really February or something, and you're going after playing 40 or 45 games, and then you're having this happen, I think then it's a little more scary to see this happening. But I mean, I think it's early in the season yet, and you just want to make sure you put a stopgap on that this doesn't happen anymore. I mean, I think it's more of a mental thing than anything else. I mean, I think the other night the 8-1 loss. I mean, the one in Ottawa was kind of a strange one, but the other one against the Capitals was more. It was almost like they stopped playing in that third period. The Capitals were coming, and the Blues were not doing anything to stop them, which is really unusual. I mean, the effort wasn't there, and that's very rare to see. And I don't know what happened in that, whether it was everybody was brain dead or whatever happened. You think things like this do happen, but the other night to give up the 3 goals in the third period was disappointing. I mean, they didn't quit playing. I mean, the fact was there. They were still, the effort was there. But I think what happens in that situation is that you've had not great success this year yet, and all of a sudden you've got a 2-goal lead. You finally got the power play goal, or 2 power play goals in a game finally, and then you're sitting back trying to protect the lead. And I think that's exactly what they did, is they stayed back, and I think Boston saw that this was happening, so they just kept coming. And Binnington made a lot of good saves, but he just couldn't keep it together enough. I mean, there was just too many opportunities. It was a great last goal, but I mean, the Blues they had chances. I mean, they had a breakaway in the third period. They had a 2-on-1 in the third period. Swayman made a couple of saves too. If that doesn't happen, then maybe the Blues end up winning that game. But these are little things that are happening in a game right now. And yes, you got to get your finger on to make sure that there's not these holes in the dike. You got to put your fingers in them right now and stop the leaks from happening. But this is still early in the season, and I think there's a lot of veterans on this team that'll make sure that this doesn't continue to happen.
Blues will have their chance tonight. Blues at Sabres, pregame here on 101 ESPN at 5:30 p.m. Bernie, always appreciate the time, the perspective, and the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, fellas. You guys have a great day.
You too. It's Bernie Federko with us on the Callier & Thompson phone line. Sports media news. Ooh, yeah. Doug tries to step on the tease. Really unprofessional, candidly, especially since you know how much money my father actually spent on me going to teasing camp this July. That's always up in Connecticut.
I thought you were on scholarship.
Need to get better at letting Timmy tease.
Doug. That's the issue. You'll get a note from my father today. Sports and media news.
Can I guess? National news? We need a little. Oh, you won't give us any tells.
I'm not giving off any tells. I can't get this little hoodie over my little head. Doug, little hoodie, little heady.
Okay.
You're rocking the Steam today.
Yeah, St. Louis Steamers hoodie. I get more compliments on this hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
And I just found it randomly for the. It was I don't know if you can see on the YouTubes. Mm-hmm. Jackson, what do the St. Louis Steamers mean to you as a gentleman born in 1998? And Martin, when were they gone? Like 80? Were they here when you were doing television, Doug? Or had they already bolted?
They had some other indoor soccer teams.
Storm, Ambush.
Storm followed.
Daryl Duran was the coach of a couple different teams.
Played for all of them, I think.
Pat McBride was the coach when I was growing up.
But they were never drawing the 18,000 that they did there for a while when I was here.
I wonder what caused that phenomenon.
Stan Musial was like an owner.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're one of the old, maybe it was Pat McBride told the stories, like they would, after the game, Stan Musial would be in like the locker room. It was, I believe, the Steamers. Probably the phenomenon was 79 to about 83, maybe.
God, it was the greatest.
Pat McBride lives in my neighborhood now. I see him all the time.
Ask
just
about
a little
Stan.
tidbit, just a little neighborhood tidbit.
I enjoyed the tidbit.
It's fun tidbit. It's fun tidbit. Yeah, I mean, that was a huge deal. And I don't think it was limited to St. Louis. I felt like it was a phenomenon around the country in some markets. Baltimore Blast, San Diego Sockers. Wichita Wings.
Cleveland
Sting?
Not Steamers.
Yeah, that'd be
Are there guys who kick with both legs? Yes, there are.
How about that breakdown?
Almost all of them.
Cleveland Crunch?
Might be. Dallas Sidekicks.
Tattoo?
Chicago Sting. Tattoo is Dallas Sidekicks.
Fort Lauderdale Strikers. That was an outdoor team, though, right?
Who enjoyed indoor.
Yeah. They might have played both.
To me, like I'd heard of them growing up, but it really, I didn't know exactly. I knew they played soccer. I didn't know if it was indoor or outdoor.
No, it was indoor at the arena.
Yeah, and then they had, if you remember, the catchy ads for Stanley Steamer, the carpet cleaner. That was more what I was thinking of. And then Stan Kroenke owned the Rams, and then I remember Stanley Steamer. So Steamer and soccer have never really been associated with me. It's been associated with other things.
This show really should be on ADH2 because I think it started with a sports news, media news.
That's right.
Well, the tease.
We haven't gotten to it yet, though.
Are we still in the tease?
We're in the tease.
Are we going, this is the end of 9-1?
Yes.
Is it the end of 9-1?
Yeah, curtains on 9-1.
9:22. Why, oh boy. Hey, 100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor, he's in the TMA YouTube chat quite a bit. He's a big volunteers guy. That probably will upset Jackson. Jackson is really staunchly anti-Tennessee. 100 West Dental, Dr. Brandon Pryor, online at 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. No phone call is needed to get in, though. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no dental insurance. That's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And here's the thing. Dental health is the same as medical health overall for your body, and bad dental health can lead to bad medical health. They are not separate. Plus, if you're interested in Invisalign, they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. It's 100westdental.com. Sports media news. Martin, you want to fire a guess?
Are we still teasing this?
Yeah, I am.
Is this going to be on tomorrow's show?
We're going to do
Joe
it next.
Buck will break the news.
We're 2.5 minutes away from it. Maybe even 90
Is it from
seconds.
Andrew Marchand?
No, it is not.
Is it about an announcer?
It is.
Okay. Can we have initials?
JG.
Jim Gibson?
Not Jimmy Gibson. Joel Goldberg.
Joel Goldberg?
We'll be doing not about
hands.
Joel Goldberg, though.
He had small hands, right?
Goldberg had huge hands, huge, like sewer lid hands, giant catcher's mitt hands. But this is JG.
You're going to have to think about it now.
So
I'm
you're
landing
talking
the
about
plane. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Croup and Fisher. No, this is the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock hour. Hell, I don't know. Man, Doug, you want this Oakland funk, and that's what Jackson's giving you.
This is some New York. Is it not Mobb Deep?
Is this Mob?
I don't know who it is.
It's 100% Mobb Deep. Shook ones.
It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the show. If you want to call in, I mean, you just get right on the phone lines. It's great. It's Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMA STL app. Miss anything on the program? Go back and podcast like the Dickens. PLTD. Kelly Chase, Robert Thomas, Bernie Federko, Kelly Chase discussing his leukemia diagnosis as he battles for a second time and how you can donate to the cause at stlbluesalumni.com. Chaser, very inspiring in our 7 o'clock hour. Doug, I deep teased it. Have you come to a conclusion of what the story that I deep teased in sports media news is?
You said the name was JG. I'm going with Joe Gibbs.
Joe Gibbs is not involved in sports media today. Not today. Martin Kilcoyne.
Okay. John Gruden?
Yeah.
Somebody texted. Sorry.
Looks like Dilly and Harpoon texted that in.
Yeah. I was going to go Joe Germain.
Joe Germain, former Rams quarterback, and he was part of a two-headed monster with Stanley Jackson at Ohio State. Was that 97 or 98?
97, and they beat Mizzou in Columbia, I believe.
He's not the
on my
quarterback.
21st birthday. Andy Katzenmeyer decapitated Corby Jones.
Oh, yeah. He's not the quarterback they tried to turn into a safety, was he?
That was Belisari.
Crouch was a receiver that was converting.
Yeah. They had some quarterback they tried to turn into a safety.
I think it was Belisari. He might have been Ohio State.
He was Michigan State, I thought.
Michigan State, was he?
Tony Bank?
No, not him.
Doug, here's the story.
Okay.
By the way, where's the damn podcast? That's from Jackson's Lone Wispy Pube. Not happy. Chairman Kurt, would you like to issue a retort? You seem exhausted over there by that text.
Hour 1 is up.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hour 2?
Hour 2, I can post. I'm not going to get too much into the weeds, but it gets up as soon as I can get it up.
It'll be up very shortly. Hour 2.
Listen live.
That's a good thing about YouTube. If you watch on YouTube, you can back it up. You know, it doesn't have to be exactly live. Like, you can back it up. But if you're driving your car, I get it.
Steve Belisari, former quarterback at Ohio State.
I'll
take the win. Thank you. St. Louis Rams 2002. He followed that up. They were always getting big-time players. In 2005, his next stop was with the Dayton Warlords. So he went from the St. Louis Rams in 2002.
Let's see what their
He also played for the Manchester Wolves.
So that's in England?
Kansas City Brigade. I think he's the one they turned into a safety. That was a college.
Could have been, yeah.
And Crouch was a wide receiver.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Was he
Heisman Trophy winning quarterback.
Yeah. He was going to be a DB?
Or a receiver.
They said he didn't really like football.
No.
Sort of the rub.
That was one of the core issues. Well, if they only had an interview process before the draft. John Gruden, Martin, you nailed it. Here we go. John Gruden is back in the game. 3 years after resigning from the Raiders over leaked emails in which he used racist and homophobic language, Gruden was hired by Barstool Sports this morning. Barstool President Dave Portnoy confirmed the news, first reported by ESPN's Adam Schefter, by posting a video of Gruden breaking down his famous Spider Y2 banana play to Barstool employees. It is reportedly a multi-year deal. Let's go, Portnoy wrote above the video. In between coaching gigs, Gruden worked as an analyst for ESPN on Monday Night Football from 2009 to 2017. It's unclear what the 61-year-old Gruden's role will be with the sports and entertainment site. In the video, Gruden asks the Barstool employees, you guys want to learn some football? Seriously, do you? All right, let's pound the rock.
No. Well, I wouldn't have thought he's that old, 61.
Youthful.
I had him pegged about 10 years younger than that.
He's always got a lot of energy.
So we don't know for sure what he's going to be doing except teaching football?
He's going to Barstool, probably be doing a podcast of some form.
Yeah. He's been on TikTok these last couple months, just like the Tuesday after the Sunday NFL slate, just going over stats in the dark room, and like his eyes are like widen and he goes like rocking back and forth. There's rap music playing. It's crazy.
Oh, maybe that explains the energy.
Yeah, one would think. But it seems like he's trying to get back in the mix.
I think the Frank Caliendo impression
really good
was so good that John Gruden almost had to live up to it. I feel like Gruden became a caricature even of
the
himself.
impression of...
Yeah, like again, almost like affected him, and then actually Caliendo on the radio show a few months back told me he was in Italy with his family, and he ran into John Gruden. Caliendo, who does this great, he ran into John Gruden in Italy. I'm like, what did you do? He goes, I broke out the impression. You have to. I think Barstool's a good fit for him, and I don't think anybody should be banned for life for, unless you do something very horrendous. You do your time, you take the public shaming, and if people are mad at him, then they won't consume his product. But he's an entertaining guy for sure.
Now, Jackson, you say Boomer Esiason has some kind of thoughts on this. What do we got going on here?
So this is from yesterday on WFAN. Boomer Esiason talking about John Gruden possibly being in the mix for some coaching jobs.
I'm going to give you a lot of credit for this because you brought something up, I want to say 5 or 6 weeks ago, when the Jets fired Rob Saleh. And you started talking about what did the Jets need, who do they need, what kind of personality do they need, and what kind of legitimacy and credibility do they need. And you mentioned one name, and that name was John Gruden. Now, all of a sudden, the last couple of weeks, that name is out there all over the place. Like, is it a realistic situation that he would want to get back into football? I'm telling you right now, a couple calls last night. I can confirm that he definitely wants to get back in. 100%. Yeah. I can also confirm, and I believe this to be true. This is, again, my opinion after speaking to at least 2 different people that are involved in coaching searches and things of that nature.
Yeah.
That there are teams that are interested in him. And if it's not this year, it's definitely next year. But he's coming back. He's definitely coming back.
Wow. So maybe this is his way to kind of enter back into the arena via Barstool before going back into coaching. Pele Blanco says, Chucky to the Bears is what I hear. So Pele Blanco is reporting on 101 ESPN, John Gruden to replace a friend of the show, Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, what are his credentials, or do you need any?
No, you don't need any.
Okay.
Not on this show, anyway.
Deion Sanders, of course, was at Barstool before he took the job at Jackson State, so it's not uncommon for someone to work at Barstool and to get right into coaching.
And Deion Sanders will be replacing Mike McCarthy in Dallas?
You think?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I think these guys just want to make sure they're still in the public eye. Just don't forget about me.
You think Belichick is doing that right now, or you think he's like genuinely like looking for a media
I don't
career?
think he needs to.
Who would you
His
want
record is
coaching
so stellar.
your team next year if you had to pick? How about Deion, Gruden, or Belichick to run your franchise?
I don't think Deion's thing would translate to the NFL.
I think it's great for recruiting in college. I think it's money for that. I don't know.
You agree with that, Mark?
Yeah, I don't think he would be a great NFL fit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Gruden out of that group.
Yeah.
Because Belichick is just so nasty, and he's pretty old at this point.
I also think who's on a mission, and Gruden's on a mission.
Yeah.
I don't know how vocal he was, but I know the reports surrounding his banishment from the NFL was that he felt like he was really wronged in that process, and I think he's on a mission to shove it up the backsides. So I don't know if Chicago is necessarily the place to do that, but maybe he sees something in Caleb Williams, and he can tap into it.
Well, there'll probably be other openings too.
Well, Pele Blanco already has told us.
But I don't know that we can trust Pele.
Wow.
Really?
I just don't know.
Wasn't it a Washington, at the time, Redskins official that leaked the emails, and it was at the time that Dan Snyder was taking all that heat? I feel like it was a bit of a misdirection. They were trying, we did a few things wrong, but how about that John Gruden? And then sent over all those emails.
That's Snyder, man.
Wasn't that
Snyder, man? Boy, you hit a topic for your ally, Martin.
One of the worst.
What's your deal with Dan Snyder? I mean, I know he's not a popular former owner, but what...
he's just all that nastiness and then the stuff he'd pulled to try to defer it. It really rubbed me the wrong way. I have a problem with NFL owners. I'm conditioned that way since, one of them moved our team and, Jerry Jones does what Jerry Jones does. But
is there one you do like? Who's the most popular NFL owner?
That's a good question.
The
right there.
Rooney family is always regarded.
Yeah, I think Arthur Blank probably up there. I don't know, probably. I don't know if I can name a ton.
Name your top 5 NFL owners.
I know this, and you can probably validate this. We both have a rapport with Mark Lamping, and he is a big fan of Shad Khan's. Now, I don't know what Shad Khan's impressions are in Jacksonville with that.
You mean somebody does a Shad impression, like on the radio?
Yeah.
Shad?
The impressions of... Somebody calls in and does Ask Shad.
Ask Shad.
Jacksonville Sports Talk Radio, all Jaguars all the time.
Why do we always play in London? It's probably the question. I spent 2 weeks there this year. Unbelievable. That's probably, like, if they might be big fans of him, but, like, they're probably like, why do we have to play all of our games in London every year?
Carlos Spicywinner says, I heard Gruden was interested in Dallas, but Jerry Jones not ponying up for curtains in his stadium's a bit of a deal breaker. That's Carlos Spicywinner with his report.
Yeah. We got all kinds of citizen reporters. I bet Clark Hunt's pretty popular in Kansas City.
Well, I think there's two.
You don't think so?
Probably in Kansas City, yeah.
Well, I think there's two versions. Popular, like within the building, like a great owner, great person, and then fan approval. Like Shad might be a great owner if you work for him, but if you're a fan of the team, I don't know, we never win. So I think there's two versions.
And they were really high on their roster this year, too, so that's even more concerning.
They changed the name of the stadium to pair up with Trevor Lawrence. Like, you don't do that. Like, your quarterback in the name of the stadium?
Yeah, you're kind of pot committed at that point. Clark Hunt, I know there was a lot of crap about the cheapness from members of the team. Do you recall that?
Right. Well, and then they took the look at, like, the apartment thing he had at Arrowhead Stadium. Like that gorgeous, like, unbelievable thing they had in the stadium, and there's other problems with the stadium. It didn't resonate well.
People in Chicago hate the McCaskey family. They're, like, so sick of it because everything is dysfunctional and it all goes back to the ownership.
I know that this probably would sound like blasphemy here in this market, but I would imagine the Steamer's pretty popular in SoCal.
No, I would say that. Kroenke out west.
250 fans.
I can't stand Clark Hunt's lip injections. That's from Eric in the Central West. He gets lip injections?
I don't know that he does.
Does he?
I doubt it.
Is that accurate?
I doubt that he does.
Well, you guys have lit up the phone lines now. Larry Nickel has top 5 countries. We'll take your top 5 NFL owners. But the Maras are like a traditional family. Even during that whole relocation, you would talk to these people. John Mara, the Giants guy, super nice to deal with, but they don't do a ton of winning in New York right now. I think Robert Kraft is probably well regarded in the building and in that community.
Yeah, I would say.
Tervis Parrish says Duval is not fond of Shad Khan.
Well, they have like a weird thing where they're like always floated as the team that will move to Europe. I'm sure that doesn't help with
in part because they spend so much damn time over there.
Yeah.
Why would you say we're moving to London? You play 2 games a year in London?
They literally spent 2 weeks there, so they didn't have to go back and forth.
Well, they probably have a lot of tourists coming to Jacksonville.
I'm sure. Probably Orlando for Disney World.
Robert Kraft is very highly thought of for pumping a lot of money into the massage parlor community.
Pumping.
But he took it to Florida. He didn't keep it in New England.
Right.
He didn't keep the money in.
Maybe he didn't get caught in New England, or no one told on him.
Whoever is the most liberal head coach would be Jackson's favorite. That's from Jackson's Lone Wispy Pew.
Insufferable. And some of you folks.
I don't know if there's a lot of liberal.
Insufferable. Some of you folks, man.
I saw a list of where the NFL owners donated for political purposes, who donated to Harris and who to Trump. They came out with the whole list of it.
There was a Harris donor among NFL owners?
Is that right?
I'd have to think long and hard about that one.
There were several.
You got that. You should like Jimmy Haslam. He's the Flying J truck stop guy. That's the Browns.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he's Flying J.
Well, he's got a hell of an organization there in Cleveland.
Yeah, you're the truck stop guy. One of those relocation meetings. I got on the elevator in San Francisco. We're chasing our tail, trying to get any sound we can, chasing that weasel Demoff down hallways. And I get on the elevator, and I just kind of had my head down. I was wearing a suit and tie, and this guy says, "Oh, that was a hell of a meeting, huh?" And I look over, and it's Stephen Ross, the Miami owner. Mm-hmm. And I said, yeah. And he goes, oh, hey. He looked at me like, oh, okay, I don't know you. I think for a second he thought he knew me. And I was like, oh, if I could have just role played a little bit there, we would have really had something.
Oh, wow.
I just kind of stammered and like, oh, let's see what he's got here. And then he goes, oh, hey, yeah, sorry.
You were about to get the scoop of all scoops. And the scoop was that
he may have thought you were Jerry Jones.
That's exactly right.
He thought I was Jerry Jones.
Doug, anytime you have a hot take, you're wearing mittens. Those mittens are provided by the great Chris Pondoff and EDF. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and it will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, filtering emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which is coming your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Lakers defeat the Grizzlies last night 128-123. I'm pouring honey on you, GOAT. LeBron James with another triple-double. That's 3 in a row, 35 points, 12 rebounds, 14 assists. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, the music doesn't match up with the
No, he said he couldn't hear the music when he was laying down the voice track.
Well, we play this because, as you know, today is the last day to post your scores before the gin break for the winter.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So if you want to get that number up for your member guest next year, Doug, I know you played in 4 this year?
None. So this is it goes into winter rules.
Winter rules.
November 15th.
You can't post a score in Missouri. Now, if you're in Florida or Arizona or something like that, you can. But so, Martin, if you're going to be out there compressing the golf ball in these conditions.
Was that Tom O'Toole doing an acoustic shout out to Normandy Golf Club, part of the fundraising efforts?
It was Andy Hanselman.
Oh, okay. Right. And he made Tum into a 3-syllable.
Right. Man.
Or 4.
Jackson, did I hear you say something about pour honey on that goat?
That was a very esoteric reference that I made there. Shannon Sharp once commented on a LeBron James post where he said, "I'm pouring honey on you, goat." And it's so unbelievably funny. And so I wanted to, LeBron just has 3rd straight triple-double, year 22. And I wanted to, give a shout-out to that Shannon Sharp Instagram comment by saying pouring honey on you, goat. I don't necessarily know. Goat, obviously meaning greatest of all time, pouring honey on him.
Accolades.
Yeah. But, shout out to Uncle Shay.
One person to pour honey on you if your life depended on it. Go.
Well, after that Duke's Mayo Bowl, they dump a Gatorade container full of Duke's Mayo on you.
Gross.
Oh, you're telling me.
Yeah, I was telling you. Wemby had 50. Tallest player ever, Tim. Tallest player ever to score 50.
How about that?
There's a stat for everything.
How tall is he now?
7'4" is what he's listed at.
Sweet mother of mercy.
Giannis had 59.
Yeah, he's
called a child
7'2".
the other day by Jaylen Brown, and then he dropped 59.
Yeah, and the Bucks, the struggling Bucks, defeating the Pistons, who've had a nice little start to their season.
All right, that's enough NBA.
Brian Henson not happy with the program. Martin's reaction to that update was phenomenal. Also, the absence of aux on the YouTube is great. It's just breathing and tussling, breathing and tussling, and then Mr. Tim laughs. That's from Brian Henson, and he will have that Colts-Lions coverage you've been looking for, Martin.
Okay. At games in a couple. Brian Bartow, friend of the show, has asked personally for the Lions game. As a long-suffering Detroit fan, we might have to appease Brian. Just, we like to one fan
Personal
at a time.
request.
Be a nice gesture.
Sure. Actually, with Dak out, I'm kind of down on that Washington-Dallas game. Just because who's it, Cooper Rush or something?
Cooper Rush, that's correct.
Yeah, I don't know.
Trey Lance occasionally making an appearance on the program. I was wondering about this. I'm a big Spittin' Chicklets fan. Am I the only one in the studio that listens to Spittin' Chicklets? Chairman Kurt, I feel like you're probably the next most likely. Jackson listens to podcasts, but there's no way in hell he's listening to Spittin' Chicklets.
I used to listen to it. I'm not a regular listener anymore.
Okay.
It's an entertaining listen, though.
Doug, you know who's on Spittin' Chicklets?
Can I have initials?
Biz Nasty.
Biz Nasty, okay.
More than initials. Paul Bizanet.
That's correct.
There's a Whitney that has a vodka.
Yeah, that's right. Pick Whitney.
And I was on the ice after Game 7 in Boston, and this older guy goes up to Pat Maroon. They're kind of telling, he goes, "I'm the Admiral." And Maroon goes, "Ah!" So there's a guy named the Admiral.
Rear Admiral.
Rear Admiral.
They are trying to change the playoff format in the NHL. Color me intrigued. Martin, we've only been doing the program together again for a few weeks. I hate the Major League Baseball playoff format. I'm kind of good with the hockey format, but I'm anxious to hear what these boys have to say about it.
Playoff format, potentially where players say it wants to go back. They want to go back to 1 versus 8. The league, I guess, is against this. I think 1 versus 8 is great. My dream 1 versus 16 will never happen.
So I get why the league did it to create those in-division rivalries. But if you're a team owner, you don't want to be the 2nd seed overall in the conference playing the 3rd overall seed in the conference in the first round. That's fucking bullshit.
Gosh! Wow. We got to cut it out better than that.
Even Chaser thought that was a bit much. Wow.
How many times did he curse during the interview?
Twice.
Did he? Did you get them both?
Yes.
You snag them?
I got that one too.
Nice.
But although he kind of was bleeped out, but kind of wasn't. I'll continue with the audio. I hope this is
okay.
This is dangerous territory.
God almighty, we got FCC fines left and right.
You're not regular season games and continue it to make it less valuable to win and be a high seed. It's ridiculous to me. I like the idea of making preseason shorter because the games are happening anyway. Why make them useless?
I don't know where they'll end up going on this because I bet you it is split pretty down the middle. But if you could ever begin sooner, I think it would be phenomenal for the league.
I agree.
Okay. I don't mind where they're coming from, so I get it. They're talking about, because right now, if you win the division, then you play either a wild card. So if you were the top team in the conference, you'll play 8. If you were the division winner, but you weren't the top team in the conference, you'll play 7. But then if you're second place in the division, you play the third team. So theoretically, you could have the second best point total and play the third best point total if one of the divisions is better than the other. And the Central has been strong, certainly. So that's something that I get where they're coming from on that. Back in the day, for example, when Roman Turek wasn't paying attention a quarter of a century ago against the Sharks, the Blues were the President's Trophy winning team, and they played San Jose. But what they've tried to do now is if you don't win the division, that way it creates that interdivision rivalry like we saw with, for example, the Leafs and the Bruins. They've done battle a couple years in a row, and in this past year, Jim Montgomery got to hold on to his job because he was able to beat Sheldon Keefe and the Leafs. So the Blues, we have seen them do battle interdivision. I guess the Wild was the team they played before they lost to the Avalanche a few years ago, last time they were in the playoffs. What do you think? You like going back to 1-8, 2-7, 3-6, 4-5, or you like what it currently is?
Yeah, I wouldn't have any problem if they went back to that way. It seems a little bit more fair. I don't think anybody really cares that much about the division rivalries when the playoffs roll around. They just want their team to win in advance.
Right, I think don't the playoff rivalries evolve? Like
they do.
Blues Sharks has no divisional match, but there's history there, and they've faced them so many times.
Oh, they have, really. You're
just
right.
let it play out. I don't think you need to overthink it. Like, oh boy, if we could just have Colorado and Nashville meet in the first round. Well, they play plenty of times all year.
Yeah. It's almost worse that way because you've seen them so many times. It's more fun in the playoffs to see a team that you haven't played that many times with the regular season, I think.
I prefer the 1-8 format personally. That's from Brian Henshin, and he covers the Indianapolis Colts.
Sort of.
Well, so why is he peeking into the hockey's business?
He's just giving his opinion. What are you saying? He should only be able to comment on the NFL?
Keep your nose out of this, Mr. Budinsky.
And Anthony Richardson retaking the job. He has takes on that, too.
Okay, well, that's fair. That's the team he covers sometimes from afar.
We got an advocate for going just to 1 through 16 and getting rid of the conferences and the divisions. If you like that idea. Now, we had that in COVID, right? You had L'Habitant against the Lightning. Am I right on that? Wasn't it? That was the Stanley Cup final in COVID.
They just didn't parcel off some to team, like you went with you.
Yeah,
I don't remember the format.
Very weird.
You had 2 Eastern Conference teams playing for the Chalice.
Yeah. But they broke off were the Canadian teams together, and then the Butt-asses were together?
The Blues lost to the Canucks that year. So...
Yeah, they broke them off into weird quadrants. 116 doesn't work for me. 1v8, I'll take that.
So you're on board with conferences.
I like the 1v8, yes.
Stop saying V.
It saves time.
We've got plenty of time. It's a 3-hour show.
But these
four in our case.
For Martin, it's 3.
Right.
These fellas don't even say verses. They just say verse.
I don't like that either.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
Oh. Yeah, I do like the divisions. So, yeah, I'd be against the 1 versus 16, too.
Wow, Doug, wait until you hear my Colts update during today's email of the day. You will rue the day you sniped my hashtag micro coverage. Speaking of hashtags, hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin, gluten-free perks, biggest fan.
Okay. Not sure what a lot of that meant, but we'll go with it.
You know, Strickland, we would call him Strick Nasty back in the day. And then Biz Nasty became huge. And he said, a lot of people think now when they go, hey, Strick Nasty, that he's stealing it from Biz Nasty.
So you'd like to clarify.
I'd like to clarify that Strick was Strick Nasty. I believe he named himself that 20 years ago before Biz Nasty was the Bee's Knees.
Why would you give yourself that nickname? Was he admitting to a nasty streak?
Nah, just kind of had a little edge to his game. Remember John Rodriguez, the great Cardinal, called himself Johnny Load.
No, he called himself J-Rod.
And then Tony got mad and said, come up with a new name. And Joel Goldberg said, like what? And Tony said, I don't know, Johnny Load. And
that's correct. I am so pleased that I witnessed all of that taking place at the ballpark that day, the reaction from Larry Walker that a rookie came up with J-Rod written on his spikes was one of absolute appalling nature. He was stunned by the whole thing, and it did not. I mean, that was a team that was loaded with Hall of Famers and veterans, and a rookie comes up and he's got J-Rod on there, and they were just ready to haze his ass.
You don't think Larry had on his shoes walks?
Hall of Fame class of 22. Doug, I think Mark Milton might be a Hall of Famer.
Well, he is in the tax business. If you have any kind of IRS problems, and he says we'd be surprised at the people that just don't file at all, and they fall behind. They don't think they have to. Maybe they work for themselves, and they don't understand the tax code, that they're supposed to, put some money in quarterly, and people get behind, and then they can't pay, and then they don't know what to do, and then, here comes the godforsaken tax man after you. You don't want that. Mark Milton is there in your corner. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, something like that, keeping you up at night, worrying you all the time. Maybe you're facing IRS criminal investigations, getting really serious at that point. That's where Mark Milton can help you. He is the STL tax lawyer. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the business at what he does, and now he helps individuals and small businesses solve their problems. So if you have an IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, "Hey, IRS, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty." Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is. Mark Milton, longtime sponsor on TMA, stltaxlawyer.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt Manning, the phone lines, Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming your way at 10:45. Martin, you're heading out because you have a thing.
Yeah, is this 9-3?
This is 9-3, but it's 10 o'clock. I don't know what you would hear to more.
I'll go to 10-4 just to...
Oh, you're going to go through all the way there?
No, 9-4, excuse me.
10-4.
Let's clean out the 9 o'clock hour.
All right, there it is. That's what's coming your way here on the program. It's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Jackson, you're having a big day with these things.
I think they makes it feel at home.
Oh,
gosh. They made the wall their friend.
Yeah, glory hole. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Stan. Can't even finish the name Stan. Rest in peace, Stan.
Sounds like you're not a fan.
No, put an in on that.
Could be a new T-shirt. It's the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN Martin. This is segment 9-4.
Yeah, I'm obligated to finish out the 9-4.
That is in your contract.
And I tried to sell Jackie on a story. He just kind of nodded.
I saw that. He dismissed you.
The headline says,
the alliance is falling apart. That makes me very happy.
Bear that attacked luxury car was actually man in costume. Insurance investigators say, I feel like there's some meat on the bone for you girls, and you can have this story. And he just sort of dismissed it.
Yeah. I just think everybody's in on it, to be honest with you. If a man in a bear costume and that fools you as a real bear who's trying to steal stuff from your car, that seems to me like there's a lot. This is fishy, maybe staged. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things, though, where people are dressing up as animals. And, hey, whatever blows your hair back.
Furries.
Yeah, but it is more than
we
that.
don't kink shame, so if somebody does...
No, I kink
There's
shame.
a guy in Japan who spent a ton of money to make this super realistic dog costume, and he walks around like a dog all the time. People pet him and stuff. Yeah, and I'm not saying, do what you want with your life. It doesn't bother me, but that's...
See, Jackson,
it should bother you. That's stupid. It should bother you a lot.
It's just a lot of live animal talk with the LSU thing going on, and now bears in California robbing people's cars.
Well, instead of your analysis, I thought you could play the story. I thought that was the idea.
Could it have been a tip-off when the bear got in the car and drove away?
And went to the drive-thru.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, unless they're on all four legs, it'd be kind of tough to be like, I think that's a person in a bear costume.
The giveaway, he had a big gulp in one hand.
Yeah. And The Shining was a guy in a bear costume. Check it out.
Caller Buzz says he is the official furry correspondent for the station. I didn't know the station had one, but he says, let me know if you guys need me. So I guess he's going to call in with furry information, 314-974-0101. That's how you can get involved. Doug, they are fighting in the YouTube chat. This is the TMA STL YouTube chat. Jackson's awful dossier. Jackson and I, when we were doing questions from the audience, we were trying to figure out what his avatar is. I think it's from the film Powder.
Yeah, I've gotten that before. I thought it was like Michelangelo's David.
And he says, and more hockey. He's not happy with hockey talk on the program.
We haven't talked hockey since we talked to Brian Federko.
And then Zebster78 responded to Jackson's awful dossier. Change the station and touch grass.
Yeah. Oh. Tough day to touch grass today.
Yeah, there'll be a little precipitation out there, Doug, if you're going to ball strike today. Heads up and beware, if you would. So anyway, he's not happy with the hockey segments on today's show. And Jackson, you would like to apologize. You're a big fan of the game, and you tried to shoehorn it into the show.
Well, it's the sport that is being played right now by our local team. No other season.
Shot at the Billikens.
Sports and season.
Yeah, how about that?
Billikens and Tiger. Well, I get
co-host Josh Schertz takes a hit.
I like watching it. Apparently, everyone else doesn't. People saying, "Oh, I care more
Sounds
about the
like Jackson's awful dossier would like more college hoop talk."
Fine by me.
Mizzou plays tonight. They've got
Mississippi Valley.
Thank you.
And Jerry Rice will be there supporting his alma mater.
Cheering him on.
He won't be there.
You never know.
He'll never be there.
Tony Romo was in Columbia last week.
Jackie, which 11 Mizzou players will play tonight?
Yeah, exactly. They have like 14 or 15 on the team, so Yeah, it bugs me. How are you supposed to get comfortable when you play?
As somebody who sat on the bench a little bit yourself, weren't you happy to get in the game and feel like you're part of the team when you get to play a little bit?
Cheap shot. I'm saying if I'm good, they have a guy on their team right now who leads college basketball in scoring for a career, Warwick, and from Northern Kentucky, and he plays like 12 non-consecutive minutes a game. Like, how are you supposed to get into a rhythm? If you're a scoring guy like that, you need to get into the rhythm of the game.
There you go. Here's Jackson's awful dossier.
It's a Leonard Hamilton thing from Florida State that I just personally don't agree with.
Oh. Bishop about sports says he wants Colts coverage from Brian Henson. Is he available?
Feeling the furries.
BT.
Martin, maybe this is a perfect way to finish off today's program for you since you leave after segment 9-4 for things. I'm looking at the dossier and it says, do we need to reevaluate Tom Hank after he continues to put together a lackluster post-2002 run?
Seriously.
Oh, gosh.
I put that in there a couple weeks ago.
Really?
We're going to have, after Here, his new movie is Zemeckis, another bomb. Like, when are we going to talk about this?
What's the latest bomb?
It's called Here by Robert Zemeckis.
And what's going on with it?
They put the camera in one place and then over like a...
Yeah, I watch movies like that.
It's not necessarily voyeur, but it's like a lot of... It's like 100 years of this one place, and it happens to be Tom Hank and Robin Wright getting back together since Forrest Gump in their living room, and it flopped. And all he does is flop.
Oh, is there an actor alive today that has a better resume than Tom Hanks?
Denzel Washington.
I don't
Harrison
know
Ford.
Al Pacino?
Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Daniel Day-Lewis.
I think Tom Hanks puts his career up with any of those
Absolutely,
people.
up until 2002. After 2002, he's gone ice cold. He invested all that time into the Da Vinci Code movies. Those stunk.
And you had a problem with his hairstyle there.
I have a lot.
I like the Da Vinci Code.
Right. Well,
But Jackson didn't like his
Did you like
playing to
Elvis?
the base. No. God, no.
Oh, God.
And he's the problem in it. He's awful in it. I love Tom Hank, but you can't just ride on Captain Phillips and Toy Story for your post-2000 run.
Wow. Gosh.
I'm serious. Look at the filmography.
Polar Express.
He released a movie, News of the World, in COVID. Nothing was coming out, and Greyhound, and nobody watched it. No one cared. There was nothing coming out. He put out a thing, Tom Hanks, and no one cared.
Martin's confused by his alliance partner.
Ice cold. He's ice cold.
We've had a Dennis Gates and Tom Hank take in one segment. Buried the lead, honestly.
I don't know how you merge those two, Jackie.
We got to have a conversation about it.
Yeah, we just did.
I love Tom Hanks. He's America's dad, but he's gone ice cold.
So the film is called Here? And it's just a static camera?
Yes. Zemeckis is always trying to reinvent different. He did Flight, which is really good, but then he did Welcome to Merwin, which was like a claymation thing with Steve Carell.
Welcome to McKernan.
But he also did Back to the Future, so he's a legendary filmmaker, no doubt, and Forrest Gump. What am I talking about? But it wasn't working.
So Jackson is not bosom buddies with Tom Hanks.
I love Tom Hanks. Don't get me wrong, but it's just been ice cold.
Was it possible it's because as he ages, he doesn't have the exciting roles that he once had?
But Denzel's in cool movies.
He can't be in Saving Private Ryan running around as a soldier anymore.
But there's plenty of guys who can be in really good stuff late in their career. De Niro's done some really great stuff since 2000. Obviously done a lot of stuff and some bad in there too, but he has more hits.
Jackson must be friends with Chet Hanks. That's from the 636. Do you have a relationship with Chet Hanks?
No,
you need to disclose?
I don't speak patois either.
Was Tom Hanks in a Carly Rae Jepsen music video?
I don't know on that.
2015, I Really Like You.
I only know Call Me Maybe from her, so I don't know.
All right, I got a thing.
Okay, you've had enough at this point. Gosh.
Why is Jackson yelling? You'd think he was watching election coverage.
No.
That's from Crystal City Clamor. There
See,
was
Marty.
Martin. He had enough. That was a mid-segment
Say
ejection.
goodbye. It's just gone.
I think he's reevaluating the alliance with Jackson, and the Tom Hank takes startled him.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. This is just my thoughts.
Jackson, you watched Toy Story 4. It will blow you away. That's from Mr. Siders. He's critical of your 7.
I've watched Toy Story 4. Voice acting, you can't rest your laurels on voice acting in Toy Story. Sorry, not working. And Captain Phillips I like, but that's the one.
Greyhound and News of the World were excellent movies. That's from the 314.
Then people would have saw them. Nobody. If I said News of the World, you wouldn't even know that was a Tom Hanks movie. It came out when nothing was coming out. Finch, no one saw that.
I will say this: A Man Called Otto was one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and that
was horrendous.
Right, and
we're getting a few Man Called Otto texts saying that it was good.
Oh, I thought it was terrible, depressing.
What was? I don't even know what it was about.
It was a grumpy old man kind of movie.
Thinking about committing suicide all the time, and
that's not your kind of movie, though. That's not what you like.
No, it isn't.
But I think it did play to an older audience, which is fine. but come on.
Bridge of Spies was great.
No.
This is a rare Jackson L. That's from Kwame Voyoukas IV.
Bridge of Spies was fine, but they got outshadowed by a really great movie year that year and a lot better. And I can't believe Mark Rylance won that Best Supporting.
We're talking NCAA hoops and Tom Hanks' career. Cut his mic. Jesus. I'm going to shave my pubes today, so nope, it's a little too graphic right
I don't know where that was going to go.
Yeah, veered off course there.
Let me tell you about Mark Hanna, because he stays on course when you call him, and all of a sudden you put down the phone and you go, I feel better about myself. Why I feel better about the world.
Really?
Here's how you can do it. 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies online at evergreenstl.com. Doug, you would describe him as a life Sherpa?
I never really have, but I guess some have.
You've described him as the great communicator.
Well, no, that was Ronald Reagan. He's just a brilliant financial guy. That's enough.
And he's a wise man. That's what I would tell you about it. Everybody needs a financial advisor. And just because you get a financial advisor doesn't mean, that means you have to have some money to start investing. That's not it. You need a plan. The plan is the first step, and you need somebody on your side customizing the plan that is specific to you individually. I am telling you, you talk with Mark Hanna, you will be a fan. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Why do you hate Pinocchio, Libby boy? That's from Scissor Me Timbers.
Is that the Guillermo del Toro one that just came out? No, God.
Hey, Dawson's Creek, keep these opinions for your fancy lads at the Picture House at Plaza Frontenac. You hang out with fancy lads at Plaza Frontenac's Picture House?
It's been a minute since I've been to the theater. It's because of these seats, man. When they have the recliner seats everywhere and Frontenac doesn't, it's like, oh, boy.
You would think Frontenac would have been the first to have the big fancy seats.
I like the movies they show, but I sit in like what's almost like a lawn chair.
Jackson, you're getting some support here. I'm 100% with you on Tom Hanks, Jackson. That's from Ricky Clemens' ATV.
Right, I just like his 90s are undeniable.
Clemens ATV. Doug, he had an ATV accident. You remember that?
Yeah, sort of.
There were some jailhouse conversations that didn't play well.
It would have been hard for any actor to match up with the hits he had early in his career.
Trust me,
to keep that going for 30 years would have been tough.
We're on a 22. I mean, ever since Catch Me If You Can, and if we're being honest, he's not that great in that movie. It's a good movie, don't get me wrong, but...
Even that Federal Express commercial, Castaway, looks good compared to what Tom Hanks has made the last 24 years. That's from the 314.
Castaway is awesome. And that's
a Federal Express commercial?
Is it? Oh, okay. He's talking about the commercial.
How about Sully? Did you like that?
Sully's okay. Sully's okay. I felt it came out a little too soon after the tragedy, or the near tragedy. Yeah. It's an incredible story, but yeah.
Okay.
De Niro's done more crap movies than good movies over the past 3 decades. His career peaked in 1995 with Casino.
And
That's
Heat.
from Manupal eligible.
Casino and Heat. But he's also done like The Irishman, Silver Linings Playbook, which isn't for me, but there's some good stuff there.
Why isn't that picture for you?
I don't like David O. Russell.
Gosh.
But
was that the director?
Yeah, but De Niro
just him? You have something against him personally?
Yeah, his movies stink. But De Niro also did Meet the Parents. He got into more comedic stuff, which is good. And then The Irishman's a classic in my mind.
There you go, Doug.
Tom Hanks hasn't had a classic since 2002. Unless you like Cloud Atlas. Ugh.
I'd say The Polar Express is a classic, isn't it?
Again, voice acting. I just can't rest your laurels on voice acting.
Well, he's not resting any laurels.
It seemed to.
He's up on his haunches.
Doesn't seem like it.
I'm sure the great Tom Hanks cares about our little movie critic who wears a laser hair cap at night. That's Mr. Bojangles.
Hey, guess what? I'm allowed to have an opinion.
Nice, Jackson.
Thank you.
Sure.
There you go. All right, Doug, who would have thought this I was scrolling through the dossier and I saw the Tom Hanks topic and I go,
Of all people to take shrapnel today, I didn't see it coming.
Hey, what happened at 10 o'clock on TMA? Well, Jackson went after Dennis Gates and also Tom Hanks. What in the hell? That's what happened. All right, send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN, and you can watch on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. It's Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 10 o'clock hour here on the program. Chairman Kurt just got a call on the Collier and Thompson phone lines that was on his cell phone. Chairman Kurt?
That came to the bat phone. That's the sound story line.
The sound story
and
line.
And that's priority one, so I stepped out to take that call.
Got it. All right, Doug, there you go.
Biff said he was trying to call and couldn't get anyone to answer.
Oh, it must have been while I was in the other studio.
Could have been.
You're welcome to call in, 314-974-0101. Blues at Sabres pregame tonight here on 101 ESPN, 5:30. It's a two-game trip through Buffalo. Noon face-off on Saturday, Doug. So you got the Blues at noon on Saturday.
Okay.
And then the Fighting Tigers travel to Columbia East to take on the Gamecocks. You're going to sal in all afternoon.
Well, I could, yeah.
Yeah, and enjoy the festivities.
Right. I might just do that.
What's the night game for college football? I'm crowdsourcing.
Yeah, you are.
I'm trying to find out.
Well, I guess I could look it up.
No,
there's no way to know.
Easy.
Let's see. Night game.
I had a wonderful prepared segment, and now it's just been,
shot.
Tennessee, Georgia. That's your nightcap there.
Okay.
It's going to be a blowout, just so you know.
Because you love
Georgia.
Okay.
Love
Georgia. And we have a wager on that. That's double or nothing on our LSU Bama bet.
Okay, and it's $20?
Yeah, so
and then you also have $20 on the SEC getting 3 or fewer teams in the college football playoffs.
Yes.
People are angry as hornets. All these college football podcasts I'm listening to about Georgia being on the outside looking in. And Reese Davis, who many of you see every morning or every Saturday morning on College Game Day, said if you are going to penalize Georgia for having the most difficult schedule in college football and only losing 2 games, but also winning at Texas and beating up on Clemson in a neutral site game, then all you're doing is saying to the rest of college football is schedule as light as you can in the non-conference because we are going to value going undefeated more than we're going to value wins. Mm-hmm. And he was angry as a hornet on the College Game Day podcast I listened to yesterday. Yeah, Reese Davis.
Well, I agree with him. Yeah, I'd much rather see decent games than schedule a patsy, buy a win for yourself.
So I think college football up until maybe a decade ago was determining champions based on a bit of an elimination system of a loss would be the eliminator, as opposed to if you beat a bunch of great teams but you lost one game, then you would be on the outside looking in as far as the national championship goes. You agree with that? That it was the undefeated teams, no matter who they played, and oftentimes the 2 top teams, because of the bowl system and locked in with conferences, wouldn't play each other. And then over the last few years, the losses haven't necessarily been disqualifying. And so what we're seeing, though, so far from the College Football Playoff Committee is going, well, if you're undefeated, we're going to put you up there higher, even if you might be a double-digit underdog to a team like Georgia or take your pick of whomever. Like, for example, Jackson, I'll ask you this. You're locked in on the gambling community.
Yeah.
Georgia and Indiana are scheduled to play on a neutral field this Saturday. What's the spread?
Georgia minus 14.5?
I was going to say like 10.5.
Okay.
So, and listen, just because Las Vegas sets odds that way doesn't mean that that's necessarily how you determine a champion, but that's the point. Georgia, BYU playing on a neutral field.
Yeah, that's what Danny Cannell kind of was talking about yesterday, where he's like, people were like, well, if you put Texas and SMU on the same field, like, who do you think? But that like, if you were to put Northern Illinois and Notre Dame on the same field, who do you think would win? It's just not how you can really determine who's the better team, because that's when you get into brand bias.
And I don't even know if there's even an established formula for how teams are ranked, honestly.
No. There clearly isn't.
Is it based on what you think they're going to wind up doing at the end of the year? Is it what they are right now? Is it what they are with the current roster? So you had the Jordan Travis situation last year with Florida State, which obviously kept them out because they were a different team without Jordan Travis, even though they were undefeated. I don't know. I feel like it's left open and vague, so television gets the best matchups possible. That's what deep down I really think.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there, but I think anytime you're getting into like, well, you put them on the field, like who you think's going to win, that's when you get into brand bias. Because yes, on the surface, Indiana playing any of these top 5 teams, you'd be like, well, they're going to get smoked. But Indiana's looked pretty good. We'll see a lot more with Ohio State.
Indiana has done, minus against the Michigan Wolverines, Indiana has done what great teams usually do, and that is when they play butt asses, they've beaten the hell out of them.
Yeah.
That is something that's consistent when you look at championship teams. They may have a slip up here and there, and I'm talking about where they don't win by a bunch. But other than that, the best team Indiana's played actually is
Nebraska.
Nebraska, that's correct. Wow, I would have given odds on that one, and they absolutely skull pounded.
Yeah,
we got a request here for you, Chairman Kurt. I lost the YouTube chat, but I'll go back into it on my laptop.
I think Michigan's better than Nebraska.
I don't know.
I think they are.
Michigan cannot throw the football.
Yeah, they got a big problem.
I mean, holy crap. Can we get KG in the big boy chair after Martin leaves? He got that creeping vibe in the back. That's from the South City Squat Cobbler?
Oh, what's a squat cobbler?
I don't know. I just read the names in the YouTube chat. That's the TMA STL YouTube chat.
I mean, I'd be more than happy to join. I don't want to mess with the camera situation. He's got a lot going on, so
that doesn't matter.
What do you got going on over there? I'm going to tell people about James Carlton. Tomorrow we have a huge show. Gabe DeArmond's presented by James Carlton. Joe Buck, the Sklar brothers in studio. You ever watch that Cheap Seats?
Mm-mm.
Oh, God, I love Cheap Seats.
I'll go check it out today.
Oh, you would enjoy it.
All right.
I mean, it's like from ESPN Classic back in the day, but the Sklar brothers hosted that. It's outstanding entertainment. And Joey Vitale as well. So Joe Buck, Joey Vitale, Sklar brothers in studio. Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is my insurance agent. I made the switch to him in 2019, and I am thrilled that I did. His number is 314-961-4800. Don't believe me? That's fine. How about this? Type in James Carlton State Farm Insurance in Google, and then you'll see 394 5-star reviews for James and his team. And the reason you're going to see those, there is a common thread. Great service, and not just the service that you get if you have a claim, but how they're always looking for ways to save you money as well. They're proactive with it. They're texting you, hey, there is a way now for you to save money. Here you go. You don't have that with everybody. That's what James prides himself in. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 1045. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back, TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Chairman Kurt sitting at the dais. How's it feel?
What are you doing?
Is there a button there?
Uh-oh.
No.
Jackson doesn't
What are you
like
clicking?
it.
Well, I'm used to hitting the button when it's time to go. I haven't been up here yet, Doug.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got you.
Thank you.
You bet.
I should have trusted you.
You're just talking. We hear you.
Okay.
That's a
Now,
credit to Jackson.
You don't have headphones. Is that going to be a problem?
You're just going to be able to hear drops or callers.
Okay. I'm just a little worried. But we'll get through it. We will pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and get through it.
Hey, Tim, do you have a play tonight for tonight's NFL game, prime time? We got Doug, the Commanders and the Eagles. I was listening to a couple of different gambling podcasts, and I can tell you, this doesn't mean that this is where I am, because candidly, I tend to do better on college football, and then I know many would say, well, you loved LSU against Alabama, and I say, absolutely, you're right about that. I don't say that I am undefeated, but I would say that if you rolled with me throughout college football, you'd be profitable. These gambling podcasts really like the under on tonight's Eagles.
Oh, is that right?
And Commanders game.
God, I love betting under.
That's not what the squares usually do. The squares bet overs and favorites.
Yeah, but under, you're already starting the bet winning.
49.5 is now the total. It's up to 49.5. Commanders 7-3, coming off a loss to the Steelers. Eagles and Nick Sirianni, Rich Gould's guys 7-2.
I try to avoid the Thursday night game. I never know how teams or players are going to react to a short week. I never know. It's always, I feel like it's a crapshoot. I do enjoy watching Thursday night football, though, on Prime. Where I guess we'll be watching Cardinal and Blues games plenty as well.
Do you think in college football we're going to start to see some of those bigger spreads start to get covered as some of these teams on the bubble?
That's a wonderful observation. Yes, I agree with you. That they're I think Notre Dame is in that spot. Notre Dame might be in that spot more than anybody because they do not have the conference championship opportunity. And they are a team that, if you got a bunch of SEC teams making a case, I can't imagine that Notre Dame would be on the outside looking in from a bunch of two-loss SEC teams, but there's nobody who is going to have a worse loss than Notre Dame who will be in the discussion for the college football playoff. And Doug, watch this. Full stop.
Oh, gosh.
You think Texas
mic drop
at Fayetteville is in that category as well? It's a two-touchdown spread.
No. Losing to Northern Illinois, which wound up being a terrible team.
No. I'm talking about in terms of running it up.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Style point.
No, because Texas is in a spot where they win, they're in.
Yeah, but they have A&M coming up. I don't know if they want to cover their bases. If they're going to have two losses, you might want to smoke Arkansas on the road. I can honestly see the Hogs maybe covering that spread.
No line for Alabama Mercer. You always like when Mercer travels to Tuscaloosa.
That doesn't bother me at all.
Isn't that always a saving game where the spread's something and it always ends up?
Keep an eye on SMU at home against Boston College, and little Tommy Castellanos has left the football team. He got benched. The quarterback we saw against Missouri about a month and a half ago has left the team. Whether or not he returns is to be determined, but he left the team because he got benched, and that number is 19.5. SMU. They enjoyed sending a message to Pitt a couple weeks ago. Maybe they'll want to send a message as they are ranked 14th right now. Penn State might do some work on Purdue. Purdue is a team that teams can do work on.
Yeah, Notre Dame beat them 66-7.
That's correct. 28.5. Lane Kiffin ran it up real nice like when he had the opportunity a couple weeks ago. Can't recall which rando he faced, but they ran it up real nice like at Ole Miss. I'm not talking about the Georgia game. That's why I like Notre Dame, minus 23 against Virginia. Louisville might say, let's see what the word is with Stanford down on the farm. Doug, you like that down on the farm?
I don't mind it, I guess.
It's 20.5.
Ole Miss put it on Georgia Southern to the tune of 52-13.
And it would not surprise me if Missouri is vulnerable if Shane Beamer goes Dr. Tom Osborning on Eli Drinkwitz. I don't think he's a big fan of Eli Drinkwitz. And I think that if he had the opportunity to, so that'd be one that would be a valuable live bet. If you can tell right out of the gate that Missouri is just not going to be able to do anything in South Carolina and Lenore Sellers are unstoppable that day, I think South Carolina will run it up in a big way.
I think Missouri's going to need to force a lot of turnovers. That was the great equalizer in the Oklahoma game.
It wasn't much of an equalizer. They got 4 and they didn't turn it over once.
Yeah, no, Jamal Roberts fumbled.
4-1 your final. Yeah. Maybe it was 5-1 then.
I think it was 4. I think 4 fumbles. I don't think they threw a pick. I can't remember. Either way, but Missouri's they win games when they force turnovers. The Boston College game, we just talked about Tommy Castellanos. That was a big thing.
That's kind of football in general, though.
Yeah, Tommy Castellanos, I heard that I read maybe on 3 that he was entering the portal. Maybe he liked what he saw in Columbia, Missouri earlier this fall.
Missouri can only put one guy who can't see over the offensive line on the roster a decade.
I think he's the same height as Chase Daniel.
I mean, he's a running quarterback.
Yeah,
that's. I mean, but there isn't a throwing option.
No, that's
Jackson Dart can do both, and that's why Ole Miss is looking like they might be a live long. Cause I don't know if there's a team that you go, well, you got to get past this team. Yeah, Oregon's number 1 and undefeated, but I don't know if you look at Oregon and go, nobody's going to be able to touch them. I don't know, but that might not be fair.
They don't scare me like Alabama and Georgia in years past have.
But is that SEC bias?
That very well could be. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
I disregarded Michigan last year.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have disregarded Michigan. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor the email today online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. He is 4th generation. And no upselling is what you're going to find when you give Design Air a call. You go to designairservice.com and they will be out quick, fast, and in a hurry to take care of you. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Martin Kilcoyne is a client. Why don't you become a client as well at Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. The longest running TMA sponsor. Now, the temperatures today, they're pretty nice. I mean, it's 57 degrees, but wind gusts up to 25 miles an hour throughout the St. Louis area. Yeah. So, Doug, I would imagine if you're out there trying to, shot shape today, you're going to have to take the hawk into account on your ball strike.
Going to have to batten down the hatches.
Yeah, keep that ball flight a little lower today on your trad. I know you like to compress it anyway, but keep it lower today when you're out there. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. 1036 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt is sitting at the dais along with Jackson Burkett. The program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues are back in action this evening, taking on the Buffalo Sabres right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5:30, puck drop at 6:30. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Jackson, do you have a Little Piddles Thursday thoroughfare for us?
I got a question for you guys.
All right, Doug, here you go. Get ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Do you guys think, what do you think is the true sports hotspot? What city? It's easy to say something like New York, but you're going to be missing out on college sports by and large. What do you think is like the sports hotspot to be in?
For all sports combined?
Mm-hmm.
You're asking the best sports city in America?
No, not necessarily. Not like best fans or anything, because we all know that's right here in St. Louis, Missouri.
Boy, that seemed kind of
sure did.
But like where you could get all the sports, including college, all in one place. Like you're not watching around the country.
I would say Southern California.
That's what's going to be my answer.
Because you also get some golf,
championships,
and you get some tennis, and you get really everything.
I thought you were asking where the best spot is to be right now. Like who's got it firing on more cylinders?
Well, we can go there too.
Well, then what's your question?
My question is just what do you think is consistently the best sports city to live in? However, if I like that version of it too, we can take it both ways.
Cut that off.
Well, again,
these questions are low IQ.
Crystal City. We have an 8-second delay. There's no way that they heard the question before setting that in.
Gosh,
that was preemptive.
I think the Crystal City Clam Hammers.
What? He's no way. There's no way he sent that in time. I asked that question like 20 seconds ago.
I'm not a fan of the city of Los Angeles, but I have to admit I think they've got the best sports. 2 football teams, 2 basketball teams. 2 hockey teams,
2 baseball
if you count one in Orange County.
Yeah.
2 baseball. You've got the weather. You've got professional golf. It's hard to beat that.
Yeah. Could I sell you on Chicago?
No. You're buying Chicago.
How about Denver?
Don't give us that look. What was that expression?
Well, let's think about
it. It's like Ted Knight offering Danny Noonan a Fresca.
You got one team in every sport. One team. You got half the chance of having a good teams as you have in New York or L.A.
Yeah.
What's the college scene in Denver?
Well, you get the
Buffalo.
Buffs. Yeah, you get the Buffs.
Well, that's in Boulder.
Right. I'm not saying that.
That's like Chesterfield to St. Louis, right?
I don't think it's that close. No.
That's those
Wentzville?
You guys travel those mountains. That's always tough to traverse. But in the summertime, winter.
Guys, I hate to say it, it's smaller market Kansas City. How about that?
Well, you don't get.
Well, you got a great baseball team this year. You got the center of the NFL.
Sure, but you get no basketball or hockey.
Well, you got Rock Chalk.
KU's.
You got to acknowledge
I know. That's true. But you're missing on the pro teams, and it's gonna probably eliminate you.
What about Sporting?
Sporting, KC, good for them. I like.
What does that mean right there? You catch that? Good for them.
I like them better when they're the Wizards. I like the Wizards.
But LA's got UCLA and USC.
Yeah, that's a good answer, Doug. That's a good answer because you're not getting much college sports in New York.
Jackson, Chicago's in play with Notre Dame. They've got seasonal feelings. Southern California doesn't. That's from the 573.
I think Chicago has an argument to be made. I think if there was hockey and baseball in New Orleans, I might give it to New Orleans.
You can't say Chicago because of seasonal feelings. The weather sucks in Chicago.
In the winter.
And it's fantastic in Southern California.
Yeah.
How far is Dallas from Austin?
No, you're crowdsourcing.
It's crowdsourcing.
I don't have a computer.
It's probably a couple
you
hundred
actually have
miles.
a laptop and a desktop right in front of you.
I didn't see those.
Dallas to Austin. Let's stop.
Want to take a guess? I'll go 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, I was going to say 2.5.
What Reddit
3
did you get this question from? That's from Mr. Sider.
3 hours, Doug?
It's 195 miles.
Yeah, it's a little too far. I didn't get it from a Reddit there, but that's a good idea, and I might start stealing from there.
Hey, Jackson, throw that question into the never ask again file. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
I could be like Mike Walls over here asking the best questions ever.
You could.
And I'm still going to get crapped on. So, I'll just take it.
Oh, Phoenix is not bad. They got everything but hockey, and they got Arizona State right there, and they've got golf.
A lot of golf, a lot of golf. You get the waste management every year. That's not a bad answer.
Brian Henshin's making a case for Indianapolis. He is the Colts beat writer for the Indianapolis Star-Tribune. He says Indianapolis, it hosts a lot of stuff. Colts are a talking point. Pacers have some stars, and the Fever have Caitlin Clark, plus Notre Dame, IU, and Purdue, not to mention Butler Hoops. That's Brian Henshin making a case for Indianapolis.
No, you don't get credit for Notre Dame in Indianapolis.
Indianapolis is my dream sports city.
Wow.
No baseball?
Huge basketball culture. You get college and pro teams. Football, beautiful football stadium. Yeah, that's my dream sports city. Those are the two sports I care the most about. I'm just being honest.
What's the big college team?
Butler.
And
you get to go to the Hinkle
Did you just
Fieldhouse.
say Butler?
Butler.
IUPUI.
Getting a lot of Atlanta texts.
No hockey.
But I would assume that's like your orgy.
Well, yeah, it doesn't bother me.
And you got a 45-minute drive to the Hedges.
Yeah, Atlanta's not a bad play. Atlanta's not, and golf. You get golf there too. You get both the Masters
So we're basically going
and
to
the
go
Tour
down the
Championship.
biggest cities in the country and say they got the most sports, so they win this.
You're the one who mentioned L.A. and voted for that. Your favorite city in America.
Yeah, it's just hard to beat what they have.
Yeah.
Great questions. It's like Willie Greenseats is in that body and running around here. It's from Ernie Bjork.
Trust me, you'd hear about it more if that was the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sitting at the dais as Martin Kilcoyne had a thing at 10 o'clock. Jackson Burkett's asking the questions. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about a new sponsor on the program. The sponsor's name is Aesthetic Design and Build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. I met with Dan and his team at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and then they came to my house. And I've gotten a good chance to get to know them and also been really impressed by their style of business and their products. The best thing is that they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. They truly are a design company. They can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that I sent you their way. Welcome back. Morning After. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor. Munganess, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. That's stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Listen anytime you want. TMA STL has its own app, and that's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. And 101 ESPN app is also presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our final segment of today, Thursday, November 14th, 2024. Doug, and we're going to finish it off with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. All right, that's fine. Buck Swope is your leader. Following up on my yesterday's communique. You like that, Doug?
No, it wasn't a communique. It was simply an email.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Tim. Mr. Tim's latest QFTA. He's thanking my podcast.
Nice. It's a lemming play.
You make me want to be a better person, and I worship you.
What?
Ring my gong, Vaughn. Make me feel something. Touch me. Touch me like our dungeon days. Thanks, and Anyong. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin. Want a Colts update? Okay, they lost over the weekend. Opponent's still TBA, but it was not close. We have a bit of a quarterback issue out here in this Circle City. Richardson's back, fellas. Now's the time. Hashtag free perk.
Okay. Brian Henshin.
You like that, the Circle City?
Is that because of the racetrack?
What about the circles in downtown?
I don't know.
That sounds
it's
right.
Big Ben Parliament.
Yeah. Euro vacation.
Okay.
It's Thursday, lads. Best of luck to all the deer hunters this weekend. Even more luck to the sleazeballs that comb Main Street preying on all the deer hunters' wags. Oh, is that a problem in St. Charles? The guys go deer hunting and then the wags go out?
I never thought about that.
The wags?
Might get me out to St. Charles.
The wives and girlfriends?
That's right.
I don't know what happens. I just don't know. I come to work, I go home, I mind my own business. I don't know what's going on with the wags in St. Charles.
But you're going to find out tomorrow
when
night.
The fellas go deer hunting. I don't know.
Rifle season.
Timmy looks great in the Steamers hoodie today, and Dougie's lettuce reminds me of a Clydesdale's mane. Heading to the Tubbies for Dirty Dozen League tonight. Hoping to see Iggy there, since he and the pin jockey quit third grade the same year. Come by for a steak and some kegling sometime. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
It's nice to see that the 101 listeners and Martin are slowly building up their tolerance to the show and getting exposed to the daily nonsense a little bit more. Feels like we are getting back on track now that Dougie Radio has returned from collecting another stamp on his Salt Life passport. You have a Salt Life passport?
No.
We can finally cover how Tim belongs in the Driver's Ed Hall of Fame, and shout out to Jackson, who's been killing it on the drops when he decides to play them. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Flying J shower attendants.
Ha! Shooter McGavin, vice president.
Sounds like you didn't.
Flying
No, that was
J
genuine.
shower attendants.
Do you feel like you're not playing drops at a level that is consistent with what you were doing on HD2?
Well, that's a different scale. You can't.
Doug, why is it a different scale?
We're different. I have to lock in. I'm like on. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into it. We're low on time.
Don't at this point. Yeah.
TMA is kind of like Jekyll and Hyde. On one hand, you get great guests like Joe Buck, the Sklar brothers, Bill DeWitt III. On the other hand, day after day, a new random listener feels the need to call your sports talk show to just sort of ramble about whatever's on their mind.
Yeah, that's right.
TMA Walrus #1, no one cares that you saw Harry Styles in an elevator one time. Something is not quite adding up with this fella. Here's a guy who has so much spare time that he's free to shoot the breeze by casually calling a local radio show, yet somehow he's too busy to hang out with the Rolling Stones. I'm not buying it. Most people would skip their own wife's birthday party if Mick Jagger invited them on his tour bus, but the hefty guy who literally spends half his day flirting with other dudes on a local radio show's YouTube chat couldn't find the time to squeeze the Stones into his busy schedule. I'm not buying it. Now, Stephen, there's a real American. This patriot is a true beauty, and I'd argue that calling twice per day is not enough. I want 5 calls per day from Stevie Boy. Every time you need help Googling something, go ahead and call in, brother. We're all looking forward to your next call. I believe it was Patrick Henry who once famously said, "Give me Stephen or give me death." Long live Festus, long live TMA, and most importantly, long live Kelly Chase. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, finally, another rough start to the show today, but not in the unintentionally hilarious way where some random Hoosier who apparently just emerged from a coma and was trying to reach Federko or the Z-Man wanted to get your opinion on the Chiefs' offensive line sitch. No, this time we had a listener rage texting because he had to listen to 5 minutes of nationally syndicated East Coast morning drive on the TMA app instead of a best of TMA segment featuring Robot Iggy talking about his man crush on Min-Woo Lee. As if that wasn't asinine enough, TMA Kiss-Ass #1 took that as his cue to call in and ask why he can't hear the infamous TMA All Day Skeleton on 105.7 HD2 anymore. Jesus. The HD2 feed was the equivalent of Hubbard giving TMA a shack to live in so they didn't die. And now that you've been given a real home on HD1, people are confused why no one is stocking the toilet paper in the outhouse. Always great to hear Kelly Chase on the program cursing like a sailor. Sad to hear his diagnosis, but glad that they caught it early. Get well soon, Chaser. Great to hear Robert Thomas is skating with the team again. Hopefully he can help the Blues salvage this season so we have something other than billet moms to discuss during his appearances. Probably best for him not to touch that topic on air, but you can read all about it on that Billet Moms subreddit. Maybe we can repurpose the old HD2 feed as a safe space for Billet Mom talk so we can rank our Mount Rushmore of hockey players who married their Billet moms.
No.
Did that happen?
It couldn't have happened.
It probably happened.
You can
once.
think it. Somebody's done it.
Okay,
Players are
gotta
like
go. Rub
15.
one out to Miss McGill, is portrayed by Fiona Flanagan. Thanks. That's Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck Swope with
For
a
the
nice little
designer
email
heating
this
and
morning.
cooling email of the day.
I'll give it to the JV golf coach today for a shout out to Kelly Chase.
Chairman?
I didn't really like any of them. I'm going to go Hinchin.
How about that?
Oh, really?
Jackson Burkett.
Hinchin.
I'm going JV golf coach.
JV Golf Coach is one.
All right, okay.
JV Golf Coach is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are up next. Miss anything? Podcast it on the 101 ESPN app or TMA STL app. Those are both presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Tomorrow, big program. Joey Vitale, Joe Buck, Sklar Brothers in studio, and Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton. That's all coming your way on Friday's edition of TMA. You can always go back and watch it anytime you want. YouTube.com/TMASTL or the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Time for us to shut it down. For Chairman Kerr, for Jackson Burkett, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael met with him a couple weeks ago. He takes great pride in helping and make sure his employees are as happy as possible and they make a great living, and that is why he has this offer out there, and you've got to hear this if you're in the industry. $7 a square yard is what he is offering carpet installers. $7 a square yard. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that's why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. How can you learn about this offer? You go to Michael's website. Michael's Flooring's website is igotfloored.com. That's right, igotfloored.com. Learn more about carpet installers getting $7 a square yard at Michael's Flooring. Just go to igotfloored.com. With locations in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters, it's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com.